Elder Xiaoyan's eyes darted between Xin and Glocknin, his painted lips curling into a lecherous smile. The eerie gleam in his blood-red eyes made Glocknin's feathers bristle with discomfort. The Dragarooster's instincts screamed danger, but it wasn't the kind of danger that came from power or strength, it was the kind that came from something truly repulsive. "Why aren't you panicking?" Xiaoyan's voice was almost melodious, a sharp contrast to the sinister undertones laced in his words. He took a step forward, tilting his head as his grin widened. "Is it because you think that beast of yours will save you?" Xina remained stoic, but she could feel Glocknin stiffening beside her. Xiaoyan's eyes flicked over to the Dragarooster, his expression twisting with intrigue. He licked his lips, his painted fingers tracing his chin. "Aha, broken bar, what a beautiful specimen when looking at you in close-up. Strong, feisty broken bar, no wonder you're so arrogant, Xina. With a beast like this and a strong one like the one beside me, you must think you're untouchable." His voice dropped to a whisper before he suddenly burst into laughter, clapping his hands together. "Then I suppose I'll just have to take this one for myself since it's unfair you have to." Glocknin recoiled, his entire body shuddering in revulsion. "Ugh! What the hell is wrong with you?" "Oh, come now, dear." Xiaoyan took another step forward, his hips swaying unnaturally. "Don't be shy, Tilda. We're all creatures of desire, aren't we? Such firm muscles, such majestic plumage. A broken bar, you'd look even better in my personal collection." His painted fingers reached out, as if he could caress Glocknin from afar. "I could give you so much love." Glocknin nearly gagged. "I'd rather be plucked and roasted alive." Xina, despite the grim situation, fought the urge to snicker. But before Xiaoyan could retort, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "What's up, brother?" The casual, smug tone sent a chill down Xiaoyan's spine. His breath hitched, and he turned slowly only to see Wei Long standing tall, stretching his massive arms like he had just woken up from a nap. The black ink that had previously coated his body was nowhere to be seen. His prehistoric maw curled into a smirk. Xiaoyan's jaw dropped. "WWW what?" ? His entire body trembled as he pointed a shaky, manicured finger at Wei Long. "How were you?" ! "You should be!" "The demonic essence here!" Wei Long rolled his shoulders lazily. "Oh, that PFFT. You really thought a little corrupted energy could take me down?" "My bio-engineered body's built different." He flexed a clawed hand before cracking his neck. "Damn, that was a nice little break." "Thanks for the breathe there." Xiaoyan's eye twitched violently. His perfectly painted face contorted in absolute disbelief. No, this isn't how it's supposed to be." "Where you were supposed to become my corrupted beast, my masterpiece, a perfect demonic mutation." His screams grew more unhinged, his hands clawing at his own robes in frustration. "I spent years mastering the technique to subdue and twist powerful beasts into my playthings." This shouldn't to ! Wei Long let out a deep chuckle, stepping closer. "So, what? You're mad that your little pet experiment failed?" He tilted his massive head, grinning wide enough to display his razor-sharp teeth. "Tell you what, since I'm in such a good mood, I'll give you a head start." "Run!" Xiaoyan's breath hitched. His face contorted in absolute fury. "You dare mock me?" In an instant, his body began to change. His once refined, almost sickeningly flamboyant form expanded grotesquely. His limbs bulged, his skin stretched, and his robes tore as his body grew larger and more monstrous. His once delicate features warped into something hideouser. His nose flattened into a grotesque snout, his ears elongated, and his face became a disturbing mix of human and pig-like features. His makeup, smeared and exaggerated by his transformation, made him look like a monstrous parody of himself. His perfectly curled eyelashes remained intact, fluttering above soulless, glowing red eyes. His lips, still painted a sickeningly bright shade of red, curled back to reveal thick, yellowed tusks protruding from his mouth. The sight was so revolting that Glocknin physically gagged. "What the hell? You were already disgusting before, but this is a crime against nature." Xiaoyan's voice, now a guttural mix of human and beastly tones, let out a sickly chuckle. "Oh, dear beautiful cock, you wound me." He struck a ridiculous pose, flexing his grotesquely swollen arms. "Does my new form not excite you? Don't you want to wrestle? A strong, handsome beast like you must crave a powerful mate." He licked his tusks, his disturbingly long tongue curling around them. "Oh gods, stop talking." Glocknin was visibly trembling, his feathers fluffed out in absolute horror. "Wei Long, kill it now. Right now. Please." Wei Long, who had been holding back laughter, wiped a tear from his eye. "Damn, even I wasn't expecting this level of nightmare fuel." He smirked. "But, nah, you said you wanted to handle it, right?" Glocknin's eye twitched violently. "You're seriously making me fight this freak?" Xiaoyan let out a delighted squeal. "Oh, how lovely a private battle, just you and me." He batted his long, thick eyelashes at Glocknin. "Let's make it a dance to remember, my love." Glocknin let out an inhuman screech of pure disgust. "That's it. I'm going to end you." With a burst of speed, Glocknin launched himself at Xiaoyan, his feathers bristling with an electric charge. Xiaoyan, still grinning, opened his massive, tusked mouth and let out an ear-splitting, high-pitched squeal, charging forward to meet him. The moment the battle began, Glocknin launched himself at Elder Xiaoyan like a raging storm, his wings beating furiously as he soared forward with unparalleled speed. His beak, sharp as a blade, slashed through the air, aiming straight for Xiaoyan's grotesque face. "Disgusting bastard! You should have been locked away in a pigsty instead of a sect," Glocknin screeched, his voice filled with righteous fury. Elder Xiaoyan cackled, spinning on his hooved feet, his plump body moving with an unnatural grace. "Oh, darling, you flatter me, but please, don't hold back. I love a challenge." He licked his lips, his heavy makeup smudging slightly as his thick eyelashes fluttered. Glocknin felt a wave of revulsion course through his entire body. Feathers stood on end as if his very soul was rejecting this abomination before him. "Shut your filthy mouth!" he howled, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades from his wings, each slicing through the air with a high-pitched screech. Xiaoyan, with a laugh that sent shivers down spines, dodged most of the blades but allowed a few to nick his exposed, perfumed skin. He gasped dramatically, "Oh no, Tilda, you've wounded me, my little feathery delight." His eyes shimmered with twisted delight as he reached down and smeared the blood on his cheek like it was some sort of beauty product. Glocknin gagged midair, momentarily losing focus as Xiaoyan lunged at him with inhuman speed. A pair of thick, sweaty hands shot out, grabbing Glocknin by the tail feathers. "You like it rough, don't you?" Xiaoyan whispered, his hot breath sending revolting chills down Glocknin's spine. With a primal scream, Glocknin twisted his body and delivered a devastating kick straight to Xiaoyan's gut. The impact sent ripples through the pigman's fleshy torso, forcing him to stagger backward. But Xiaoyan didn't fall. Instead, he grinned, licking his lips, eyes filled with twisted excitement. "Oh, how feisty! Keep struggling, my little birdie." "One area disgusting," Glocknin roared, his entire body glowing as he unleashed a powerful whirlwind that sent Xiaoyan flying into the air. The elder spiraled uncontrollably, slamming into the ground with a sickening thud. Before Xiaoyan could recover, Glocknin dived at him with lightning speed, talons extended, ready to rip him to shreds. He landed on the elder's bloated chest, beak aimed at his throat. "I land you right now, you revolting freak." But just as Glocknin was about to strike, Xiaoyan's expression changed. His lips curled into a smirk. "Oh, sweetheart, did you really think I wasn't enjoying myself?" Suddenly, his hands shot up, and before Glocknin could react, thick, muscular arms wrapped around him in a grotesque embrace. "Now, let's get to know each other more." A broken bar personally. "No!" Glocknin screamed, thrashing violently, but Xiaoyan's grip was vice-like. His hands roamed places they had no business being, causing Glocknin's eyes to widen in pure, undiluted horror. Wei Long, watching from the side, could no longer contain himself. He burst out laughing, smirking uncontrollably as the scene unfolded. "Oh, this is too good," he muttered, eyes gleaming with amusement. Glocknin, on the other hand, was beyond livid. He flailed, his entire body glowing with raw, untamed power. "I'll kill you, you disgusting pig." Xiaoyan giggled, holding him tighter. "Oh, I love a fighter, Tilda." Then, with a sudden burst of energy, Glocknien flapped his wings violently, creating a shockwave that finally freed him from the elder's grasp. He soared into the sky, his eyes bloodshot with pure, unfiltered rage. Xiaoyan stood up, dusting himself off with an exaggerated pout. "Ah, you don't want to cuddle anymore?" "I'm heartbroken." Glocknien was beyond words. His entire body trembled with fury. His feathers bristled, his eyes burning with hatred. "I will end you!" he roared, diving down once more, faster than before, his claws extended and gleaming with sharpness. But just as he was about to make contact, Xiaoyan's expression darkened. His smile widened into something far more sinister. And in the blink of an eye, he countered. A heavy, meaty fist slammed into Glocknien's chest, sending him crashing into the ground with bone-breaking force. The impact created a deep crater, dust and debris flying into the air. Glocknien coughed, blood spilling from his beak. His entire body ached, his feathers matted with dirt and sweat. He struggled to move, but Xiaoyan was already upon him. "Oh, my little birdie, you put up such a lovely fight," Xiaoyan cooed, stepping on Glocknien's back with his hoof-like foot. "But you should have known a broken bar daddy always wins." Glocknien let out a weak, pained growl, unable to resist any longer. Wei Long, still watching, smirked uncontrollably. His amusement had reached its peak. "Oh, man, this is just too much," he muttered under his breath, shaking his head. And with that, the battle had shifted. Glocknien, once dominant, now lay beaten black and blue beneath the heavy foot of Elder Xiaoyan, while Wei Long simply watched, his smirk never leaving his face. Glocknien's body shuddered as he pulled himself from the ground, his once proud feathers ruffled, his body aching from the vile contact of Elder Xiaoyan's grotesque attacks. His expression twisted in fury and disgust, his sharp beak trembling. He turned his gaze towards Aina. "Oi, you! We need to merge now!" he roared, shaking off the lingering feeling of revulsion that clung to him like filth. Zaina nodded, her eyes burning with fury. She stepped forward, and with a wave of her hands, the connection between them solidified. A surge of radiant, chaotic energy engulfed them both, and in an instant, their forms blended into one. Zaina's figure remained, but it was now enhanced. Her hair surged upward in thick locks of gold and crimson, her eyes became avian, glowing like two blazing suns, and large, magnificent wings formed on her back, radiating an oppressive aura of dominance. The combined form of Zaina and Glocknien exuded pure, undeniable power. Elder Xiaoyan, who had been grinning in perverse satisfaction, suddenly found himself standing before something far more terrifying than before. Zaina cracked her knuckles, tilting her head slightly, the corner of her lips curving into a smirk. Then, she spoke. "Oh, Elder Xiaoyan, a broken bar. It's funny, isn't it? For someone so broken bar extra, you sure get rattled easily." Xiaoyan twitched. "What did you just say?" Zaina took a slow, deliberate step forward, making sure the heels of her feet clicked against the ground, emphasizing every syllable as she continued. "I mean, you're not really a woman, right? Just some grotesque, pathetic excuse of a man parading around with makeup, pretending to be something you're not. I bet it eats you up inside, knowing no one actually believes in your fantasy." Xiaoyan's eye twitched. "You impudent littly." Zaina raised a finger, cutting him off. "And let's be honest, Elder Xiaoyan, no matter how much makeup you smear on your pig face, no matter how high you pitch your voice or flutter those disgusting lashes, at the end of the day, you're still him, a delusional, self-loathing man trying to escape reality." Xiaoyan's face contorted with rage, his lips quivering. You shut your filthy mouth, you brat. You don't understand anything." Zaina chuckled, but there was no warmth in it. "Oh, but I do understand. You crave attention, don't you? You want people to see you as something divine, something unique, something real. But you're not. You're just a freakishly strong, perverted little pig in gaudy robes who thinks he's some grand seductress." The veins on Xiaoyan's forehead bulged as his whole body trembled with barely contained rage. You ignorant, arrogant littly," Zaina continued, relentless. "You know what I think? I think you're miserable. You pretend to be powerful, but deep down, You're weak. Weak enough to need validation. Weak enough to be insulted by the words of someone who should be beneath you. Weak enough to let your whole world crumble because one girl called you out on your nonsense. Enough, Xiaoyan roared, his voice cracking with fury. His fingers dug into his palms, his entire body shaking. I will not be mocked by a pathetic lowly brat like you. Xina tilted her head. But you're already being mocked, Elder. And you're proving me right by losing your temper. I'll kill you. I'll tear you apart, limb by limb. Xiaoyan's voice reached an unhinged pitch, saliva flying from his mouth as he screamed in pure rage. His once composed face twisted into something monstrous. He looked like a man on the verge of completely losing his mind. Then, suddenly, he paused. A sinister grin curled his lips. That's it, he muttered, his tone eerily quiet now. I can't take it anymore. His hands slowly moved toward his robes, rummaging through the folds of silk and gold. Then, with a dramatic flourish, he pulled out a small, round object to a pitch-black pill, its surface gleaming with a faint, ominous glow. Xina's eyes narrowed. Xiaoyan chuckled darkly, holding the pill between his fingers like a delicate jewel. You see, little girl, a broken bar you may be good at running your mouth, but yeah, broken bar I am good at ending things. He threw the pill into his mouth and swallowed it whole. A pulse of dark energy exploded from his body as his flesh began to bulge and twist, veins popping grotesquely beneath his skin. His arms thickened, his chest expanded unnaturally, and his once elegant robes shredded beneath the sheer pressure of his transformation. His mouth stretched into a wide, terrifying grin. His eyes turned pitch black, and his skin took on a sickly purplish hue. Xina and Glockenine could only watch as Elder Xiaoyan let out a low, guttural laugh that sent chills down their spine. Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha. Wei Long's instincts screamed danger. His prehistoric eyes narrowed as he saw the grotesque transformation unfolding before him. Elder Xiaoyan, with his grotesque pig-like features and twisted form, cackled wildly, his laughter echoing through the battlefield like a sinister melody. His flesh rippled unnaturally as the dark essence of the pill he had swallowed surged through his body, making his muscles bulge, his veins darken, and his aura grow exponentially. Without hesitation, Wei Long lashed out with his tail, his sheer strength sending violent shockwaves through the air. The impact was monstrous, a force so powerful that the very ground cracked under its weight. Elder Xiaoyan, despite his newly enhanced form, was sent skidding back, but instead of showing pain, he only laughed harder, his grotesque features twisting into a manic grin. Ha 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 ha. Is that all? Is that all? You think you can hurt me? His voice was shrill, almost hysterical, his pig snout flaring wildly. His flamboyant makeup, now smudged with sweat and dirt, only added to the disturbing image of his deranged state. He slammed a fist into his chest, the impact causing ripples to spread through his bloated flesh. Hit me more. Show me your strength. Break me if you can. Wei Long's eyes gleamed with irritation. TSK. This guy's crazier than I thought. Without missing a beat, he lunged forward, his massive body tearing through the battlefield like a force of nature. He swung his claws with unrelenting fury, each swipe carving deep gashes into Elder Xiaoyan's enhanced flesh. But the Elder only grinned wider, his beady pig eyes gleaming with sick pleasure. Blood dripped from his wounds, yet he did not falter. Instead, he pushed forward, his grotesque body regenerating at an unnatural speed, the power of the demonic pill fueling his madness. Wei Long let out a frustrated growl. He wasn't used to opponents who took this much punishment without crumbling. Every hit, every powerful blow that should have shattered bones and crushed organs, seemed to only fuel the Elder's hysteria. Why won't you just die already? Wei Long snarled, slamming his foot down with a force that shattered the ground beneath them. Elder Xiaoyan twisted his grotesque form, dodging at the last moment and retaliating with a twisted palm strike infused with dark energy. Wei Long barely evaded the attack, feeling the sheer malevolence seeping from it. The Elder's laughter grew shriller. Xina, still merged with Glockenine, took this chance to launch her own assault. With lightning speed, she closed the distance and struck with explosive force. Her kicks, empowered by Glockenine's beastly strength, landed with devastating precision, but even as she pummeled Elder Xiaoyan's grotesque form, His laughter only grew louder. Yes, yes, more. Give me more. Elder Xiaoyan shrieked, his voice piercing the air like a nail scraping against stone. You think your puny attacks can break me? I have transcended mortal pain. I am a crack. Zaina's fist, glowing with energy, slammed into his snout with such force that it momentarily distorted his face. His grotesque pig-like head whipped to the side, and for a second, it seemed as if she had finally managed to shut him up. But then a slow chuckle, a gurgling, twisted noise that escalated into full-blown hysteria. Elder Xiaoyan turned back to her, his grotesque features more warped than before, his lipstick smeared unevenly across his bloated face. Oh, darling, that one almost hurt. He cooed mockingly before lunging at her. Wei Long reacted instantly. With a deafening roar, he barreled forward and slammed into Elder Xiaoyan with the full force of his prehistoric strength. The impact sent shockwaves through the battlefield, toppling debris and sending cracks through the already ruined ground. But the elder refused to go down. With a guttural snarl, he twisted his body unnaturally, flipping through the air like a contorted acrobat before landing on all fours. His grotesque pig snout twitched as he licked his bloodied lips, eyes gleaming with unholy delight. Wei Long narrowed his eyes. TCH. This bastard just won't stay down. Zaina landed beside him, panting heavily. His body broken, but it's regenerating faster than we can damage it. We need to end this quickly. Elder Xiaoyan tilted his head, his grotesque makeup-covered face beaming with delight. Oh, but darling, why rush? I'm enjoying this. Don't you love the thrill of combat? The sweat, the pain, the desperation? His voice dripped with mockery, his movements eerily graceful despite his bloated, monstrous form. Wei Long's patience snapped. He let out a guttural snarl and lunged forward, his claws glowing with raw energy. He aimed for the elder's throat, ready to tear him apart once and for all. But just as he was about to make contact, enough, Elder Xiaoyan's voice exploded like a thunderclap. A pulse of demonic energy erupted from his body, sending both Wei Long and Zaina flying backward. The impact was brutal. Wei Long skidded across the shattered ground, his massive body leaving deep grooves in the earth. Zaina crashed into a pile of debris, momentarily dazed. As the dust settled, Elder Xiaoyan stood tall, his grotesque form pulsating with power. His beady pig-like eyes gleamed with satisfaction, his lips twisting into a victorious sneer. Oh, sweet little darlings, he cooed mockingly. Did you really think you could win? Wei Long wiped the blood from his snout, his teeth bared in a furious snarl. Zaina, still catching her breath, clenched her fists, her eyes burning with determination. Wei Long and Zaina launched a relentless assault, their attacks merging into a storm of power and technique. Wei Long's massive prehistoric frame moved with terrifying speed, his claws raking through the air, his tail sweeping in devastating arcs. Zaina, still merged with Glocknin, danced between Wei Long's brutal onslaught, her strikes precise, her chi-infused fists cracking like thunder as they sought to pierce Elder Xiaoyan's defenses. But Elder Xiaoyan did not falter. Instead, he smirked a slow, creeping, utterly condescending smirk that curled his lipstick-painted lips with twisted amusement. With each attack hurled his way, he swayed just slightly, dodging by mere inches. He moved like a specter, his grotesque humanoid pig form shifting effortlessly, making it seem as though their combined assault was little more than a child's tantrum against an immovable force. Oh, my, look at this, he cooed, voice thick with derision as his pig-like snout flared. A mighty savior, reduced to nothing more than a thrashing lizard with anger issues. And dear, sweet Zaina, with all your arrogance, your beast still fights like a common street brawler. Wei Long's claws came for him again, raking down with enough force to split boulders in half. But Xiaoyan merely raised a single pink-nailed finger and flicked it aside, sending the massive reptilian limb flying backward with unnatural ease. TSK, he chided. No finesse, no strategy, just raw strength. You think that's enough? You are really an animal. He sighed dramatically, fanning his hand in mock disappointment. Zaina twisted midair, her body glowing with a brilliant surge of energy as Glocknin infused her every movement with power. She was faster than before, smarter, more refined in her attacks. She twisted the wrist, palms crackling with chi as she aimed directly for Xiaoyan's throat. And yet, in one effortless motion, Xiaoyan raised his own hand and caught her wrist. "Too predictable," he whispered, his grip tightening, forcing a gasp from her lips. With a flick of his arm, he sent her hurtling back through the air. Wei Long intercepted, bracing her before she could crash into the jagged stone walls. The massive dinosaur's eyes glowed with fury, and his razor-sharp teeth gnashed as he stomped forward, shaking the ground beneath him. "Oh, look at you, so mad," Xiaoyan taunted, playfully tapping his fingers together as if entertained. "So predictable. I can see through your every move. Ugh. This is no fun at all. I wanted to at least pretend you were a challenge." Wei Long roared, the sound deafening, rattling the very air in the cavernous space. The sheer pressure of his presence made the remaining beasts tremble in place, yet Xiaoyan only laughed. "You're nothing but brute force. No technique, no grace, no true understanding of what it means to fight on my level." He wagged a finger in mock disappointment. "I suppose I should educate you." With a sudden shift, Xiaoyan went on the offensive but not with overwhelming attacks. No, that would be too simple, too boring. Instead, he chose to humiliate them. Xina lunged at him with a perfectly executed palm strike. He caught her by the fingertips and twirled her midair as if they were dance partners before dropping her onto the ground. Wei Long attempted to tail swipe him again. Xiaoyan bent at the waist, evading it by an inch, then tapped the tail with his shoe as it passed, throwing off Wei Long's balance just enough to make him stumble. "Oh, dear, is that all?" Xiaoyan sang mockingly, clasping his hands behind his back and strolling in a lazy circle around them. "You throw yourselves at me like rabid beasts, and yet not a single one of you has landed a hit. Pathetic, really." His voice took on an even more taunting lilt. "Let me tell you a little secret. Strength alone is not enough. A true cultivator sees beyond mere power. They control the battlefield. They dictate the terms of engagement." Wei Long lunged again. Xiaoyan ducked at the last moment and slapped Wei Long's thick skull with an open palm, sending his massive frame skidding backward, claws digging into the stone to halt himself. "Tsk, Xiaoyan chuckled. "Oh, how embarrassing. Did you think I wouldn't see that coming?" "It's almost like watching a child throw a tantrum." Xina's frustration boiled over. She summoned a surge of energy, a last-ditch effort, and blasted forward with inhuman speed, a blur of shadow and lightning aimed straight for his heart. But Xiaoyan merely sighed. He twisted, caught her by the waist, and pulled her closely far too close. His breath, hot and disgustingly sweet with the scent of whatever foul elixirs he had consumed, ghosted over her cheek. "Darling, you're so clumsy," he whispered mockingly, before flicking her away like a ragdoll. She crashed against the stone floor, coughing blood. Wei Long snarled, preparing to charge once more, but Xiaoyan suddenly raised a hand, his expression shifting into something more ominous. "I think I've played long enough," he said, voice still sickeningly sweet. "Let's make this interesting, shall we?" He straightened his spine, looking down at them with sheer, unfiltered condescension. "I'll count to 60. He announced. "I won't move. Not an inch. You have 60 seconds to do your absolute best. And once I'm finished counting a broken bar," he grinned, his lipstick-smudged mouth stretching wide, "I will end both of your lives." Silence fell over the battlefield. Xina and Wei Long tensed. And then Xiaoyan tilted his head back and laughed a deep, sickly, amused laugh that echoed through the cavern like a death knell. Not long. The air thickened with an overwhelming sense of desperation as Xina turned toward Wei Long, her expression grave. "Sir Wei Long, leave now," she urged, her voice tinged with urgency. "We are still within the land territory of the Autumn Dragon sect. As long as you leave and hide within their bases, we can survive." Wei Long's reptilian eyes narrowed as he processed her words. "We are still in the territory of the Autumn Dragon sect?" His voice carried a tone of disbelief. He had been so caught up in the battle that he hadn't even considered their location. Xina nodded quickly. "Indeed. But this is an unexplored region, a place where demonic path cultivators escape." Her breathing was heavy as she spoke, her stance ready for whatever came next. Elder Xiaoyan's grotesque face twisted into an expression of shock before morphing into cold amusement. His painted lips curled into a sneer. To think that this lizard was being given such importance, a broken bar by the woman I despise the most. His eyes gleamed with sadistic delight. It seems I must kill this lizard first. Zaina's eyes blazed with fury, and without hesitation, she lunged forward, her weapon slashing through the air with relentless speed. But Elder Xiaoyan barely reacted, dodging her attacks with effortless grace. "How weak," he taunted, his voice dripping with condescension. "Pathetic, even. Do you think a mere girl like you can stand in my way? Even if this so-called important lizard manages to escape, I can simply follow him and kill him whenever I please. And then, I will retreat back to another unexplored area, where none of your sect's righteous hands can touch me." Zaina gritted her teeth, pouring every ounce of her strength into her attacks. But Elder Xiaoyan toyed with her, dodging at the last moment, parrying effortlessly, and launching counterstrikes that sent her reeling. Every blow she attempted was met with mockery, every effort dismissed as meaningless. Wei Long, still standing nearby, watched the exchange with an unreadable expression. Then, suddenly, he threw his head back and started laughing, a deep, guttural, unhinged sound that echoed through the battlefield. Zaina halted for a moment, stunned by his reaction. Even Elder Xiaoyan blinked in mild confusion before curling his lips in disdain. "Have you lost your mind, lizard? Do you find this amusing? Are you so deluded that you think laughter can save you?" Wei Long continued to laugh, his eyes glinting with an eerie light. The sound was not one of amusement but something far more unsettling, as something that sent shivers through Zaina's spine. Even the surrounding air felt heavier, as if the very atmosphere was reacting to his rising presence. Wei Long finally exhaled between chuckles, flexing his powerful claws. "You really think you have everything figured out, don't you? You believe yourself untouchable, that your schemes will always work. But do you know what the problem with arrogance is, pig?" He tilted his head slightly. "It blinds you to the simple truths right in front of you." Elder Xiaoyan's expression darkened. "You dare?" Wei Long interrupted him with a deafening, bone-rattling roar. The force of it was unlike anything before. It was not just a sound, but a physical force, rippling through the battlefield like a shockwave. The ground trembled beneath them, the surrounding air vibrated violently, and the very trees bent as if bowing to an ancient predator that had awakened from its slumber. Xiaoyan instinctively stepped back, eyes wide. Even he, a seasoned demonic cultivator, had never heard such a sound. It was not the roar of a simple beast. It was something far worse. Something unnatural. Something sadistic. Zaina stood frozen, her body trembling from the sheer intensity of it. The sound resonates deep within her bones, making her feel as though she was standing before a force of nature itself. And then, the battlefield fell into silence. Wei Long lowered his head, locking eyes with Elder Xiaoyan. The smirk on his face had vanished. Now, there was only cold, calculated hunger in his gaze. "Count now," he whispered, his voice carrying an edge of absolute certainty. "But you can also run if you are afraid." Wei Long stood his ground, his massive prehistoric frame radiating pure dominance as his golden eyes locked onto Elder Xiaoyan. The air grew thick with tension, and for a fleeting moment, even the distant cries of demonic beasts fell silent. Elder Xiaoyan's laughter rang through the battlefield, shrill and taunting. "Run? This great me? Running from a mere beast? Ha! Your lizard should be the one scurrying away in fear." Wei Long's smirk widened, his fangs glinting under the eerie glow of the demonic land. Then, without warning, he threw his head back and let out a roar so deafening, so utterly powerful, that the very ground beneath them trembled. Trees in the distance bent under the force, and the surrounding beasts, who had once feared Wei Long's presence, now whimpered and fell to their knees in pure terror. The sound carried like an endless tidal wave, spreading through the unexplored region of the Autumn Dragon Sect's land, rattling bones, shaking mountains, and shattering smaller stones into dust. Xiaoyan, despite himself, staggered slightly, his pig-like face twitching. His expression twisted in annoyance as he gritted his sharp, ball-like teeth. "HMPH, intimidation won't work on me. "You foolish beast. I am Elder Xiaoyan of the beautiful Diva Squad." "A mirror? That is nothing." Wei Long, however, was unfazed by the mockery. He stepped forward, his massive muscled limbs flexing with raw power, his claws digging into the earth. "You have no chance." Elder Xiaoyan's eyebrow twitched. "Oh? And why is that?" His lips curled into a sneer. "Do you think your beastly strength is enough? I have transcended the limitations of mortals." "Yeah." Before he could finish, Wei Long lunged forward, with a sudden burst of speed that defied logic for his massive size. The prehistoric beast slashed out with his claw. Xiaoyan's eyes widened in shock as he barely managed to step back, feeling the rush of wind from the near hit. But before he could even process the attack, Wei Long followed up with another, this time a swipe from his tail, which sent a massive shockwave in its wake. Elder Xiaoyan crossed his arms in defense, summoning a thick aura of demonic Dao essence to shield himself. When the impact landed, it sent Xiaoyan skidding back several meters, his boots digging deep trenches into the ground. Yet, even as he was forced back, he cackled madly. "Is that all? Is brute force your only weapon? You'll never land a real hit on me if that's all you have," he taunted, his grotesque, pig-like face contorting into an arrogant grin. Wei Long's golden eyes narrowed. "Oh? You sure talk a lot. Let's see if you can still talk after this." In an instant, Wei Long lunged again, this time utilizing a rapid flurry of swipes, slashes, and tail sweeps. Each attack came with a force so great that the surrounding terrain crumbled with every impact. Xiaoyan, despite his arrogance, found himself struggling to dodge. His demonic Dao essence flared, forming shields and barriers to absorb the damage, but Wei Long's relentless barrage never ceased. For every block Xiaoyan attempted, Wei Long was already 3 steps ahead, maneuvering with surprising agility for a beast his size. The ancient predator's attacks were methodical, vicious, and precise, like a hunter who had spent centuries perfecting the art of combat. Yet, Elder Xiaoyan still laughed between his gasps. "Ha! Predictable. Brute strength alone isn't enough to bring me down." This is the difference between a mindless beast and a true cultivator. Wei Long, instead of responding, simply smirked. Without any sign or warning, Wei Long suddenly lunged forward with his head lowered, his entire weight behind a headbutt aimed directly at Xiaoyan. Elder Xiaoyan scoffed. "Ha! You think such an obvious attack will work?" He prepared to sidestep, already imagining himself countering with a devastating strike. But just as he moved, boom! Wei Long's head slammed into him at full force. The impact was catastrophic. A shockwave erupted from the collision, tearing through the battlefield and sending debris flying in all directions. The sheer force sent Elder Xiaoyan hurtling backward, his body flipping through the air uncontrollably before he crashed into the ground, creating a crater several meters deep. Silence. Wei Long stood still, his massive head held high, waiting. A long moment passed. Then, from the rubble, a slow rustling noise emerged. Elder Xiaoyan rose to his feet, but his posture was shaky. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his pig-like snout twitches violently. His breathing was ragged, his once flawless robe now in tatters. But more than anything, his eyes were wide. His pupils shook with disbelief. "What a broken bar?" He reached up, touching his trembling lips, feeling the warm blood there. You dare make me bleed?" His voice was a mix of shock and outrage, disbelief and fury all twisted into one. His entire body trembled, not just from pain, but from humiliation. Wei Long smirked, stepping forward once more. "Huh, I thought you said brute strength wasn't enough. What happened to all that talk?" "You're shaking. You scared, piggy?" Xiaoyan's face contorted in rage, his veins bulging. "Whoa!" "You insolent beast." "You dare!" His voice cracked, his aura flaring uncontrollably. But Wei Long just chuckled. "What's wrong?" "You're not laughing anymore." Elder Xiaoyan's breathing became erratic, his hands twitching as his rage boiled over. The humiliation of being injured, of being ridiculed, was something he could not tolerate. His expression twisted into something monstrous. "I'll kill you," he whispered, his voice dangerously low. Wei Long simply tilted his head. "Oh, you're finally serious now?" His muscles flexed, his golden eyes glinting with anticipation. "Then come, piggy. Let's see what you've got." The battlefield fell silent once more, the tension rising to an unbearable degree. "And Thina!" Elder Xiaoyan roared in fury, lunging forward with his full power. Wei Long's smirk widened. Suddenly, Elder Xiaoyan lunged forward, his grotesque, pig-like features contorted with rage and madness, his fingers curled into sharp claws coated with a sinister demonic aura. With his cultivation at the peak of the adapting Qi realm, he was supposed to be an unstoppable force, a terror among beasts and cultivators alike. And yet, the moment he closed the distance, Wei Long merely flicked his tail in an almost lazy motion. The air itself seemed to ripple with the sheer force of the impact. With a sickening crack, Xiaoyan's body twisted unnaturally, his rotund frame flung through the air like a ragdoll. He crashed through multiple jagged rock formations, each one exploding into dust and debris upon impact. His grotesque form skidded across the ground, carving trenches deep into the barren earth before finally slamming into a boulder, which shattered under his weight. A deep, guttural groan escaped his lips as he struggled to lift himself from the rubble, his entire body trembling. His mind reeled. Impossible. He had just consumed the forbidden black pill, his cultivation surging to the peak of the adapting Qi realm. He was supposed to be invincible compared to this lowly lizard. Yet, Wei Long had effortlessly swatted him away as if he were nothing more than an insect. Gasping, Elder Xiaoyan staggered to his feet, blood trickling from his lips. His pig-like eyes darted toward Wei Long, who now stood there, his prehistoric, monstrous form towering over him, radiating a terrifying aura that twisted the very air around him. His powerful legs were planted firmly on the ground, thick with pure, coiled muscle, his long arms rippling with strength far beyond any normal dinosaur-like beast. But what truly sent shivers down Xiaoyan's spine was the way Wei Long was looking at him with a sadistic smirk stretching across his scaled maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth glistening with saliva. Then, without warning, a wave of pure, unbridled energy burst forth from Wei Long's body, shaking the entire region. The ground cracked beneath him, fissures spreading outward like veins of destruction. The very air grew thick with an unbearable pressure that bore down upon Elder Xiaoyan like an invisible mountain. His breathing became ragged, his legs weak. It was as if the heavens themselves had declared his doom. "No, a broken bar, no, no, no," Xiaoyan stammered, his voice a desperate croak. He could no longer sense Wei Long's cultivation level. This meant only one thing: Wei Long had surpassed him. No, he was now far above him, standing in a realm he could no longer comprehend. His pig-like face twisted with pure terror as he darted his eyes to Xina, who stood motionless in the distance, her expression frozen in shock. Perhaps she would help him. Yes, she had been so arrogant before, but she was still a cultivator. Perhaps he could appeal to her humanity. "Xina, my dear, listen," he called out, his voice taking on a pathetic, pleading tone. "We're broken bar, you understand, don't you? This beast is dangerous. It cannot be allowed to run free. We are cultivators. We must stand together. We must." Xina remained silent, her lips pressed into a tight line. It was in that moment that Elder Xiaoyan realized the truth. There was no hope in begging her. No, this beast, this abomination in front of him, was the true master of Xina. If he wanted to live, he had to beg a broken bar this lizard named Wei Long. With a choked sob, Xiaoyan collapsed to his knees, pressing his forehead against the dirt, his grotesque body trembling. "Master Wei Long, please." "I was wrong. I was a fool. Why, you are beyond anything I've ever seen. A true divine beast. I should have never underestimated you." Wei Long watched this display with a look of pure disgust. This wretched, shameless pig was now groveling, spilling his dignity onto the earth as if it had no value. It made Wei Long sick. "Oh, you beg now?" Wei Long sneered, taking slow, deliberate steps toward the kneeling Xiaoyan. "Where did that arrogance go? Weren't you just saying you were going to kill me?" Xiaoyan swallowed hard, his entire body shaking. "No, I was blinded by my ignorance." "Why, you are merciful. Why, you are kind. Please, spare me." Wei Long clicked his tongue, then suddenly, with lightning speed, his massive clawed foot came crashing down on Xiaoyan's back. A loud, sickening crack echoed across the battlefield as Xiaoyan let out a horrific scream, his face contorted in agony. Wei Long chuckled darkly, lifting his foot before stomping down again, and again, and again. Each impact sent waves of force across the land, causing the ground to tremble. Xiaoyan's once smug, disgusting expression was now twisted in sheer, unfiltered horror. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he gasped and wheezed, his bones breaking under the relentless punishment. And yet, Wei Long made sure to hold back. No, he wouldn't let this disgusting pig die so easily. That would be too merciful. "Why, you monster!" Xiaoyan shrieked, his voice breaking with pain. "Have mercy. I'll serve you. I'll do anything." Wei Long grinned wider, his teeth gleaming under the darkened sky. "Mercy? Oh, now you want mercy? Where was that mercy when you tormented those weaker than you? Where was that mercy when you schemed and manipulated? Where was that mercy when you dared to think you could stand above me?" Another tail swipe sent Xiaoyan rolling across the battlefield, his body flipping violently like a discarded rag. He landed hard, coughing up blood, his vision blurry. He couldn't take it anymore. "Enough, you vile beast!" Xiaoyan screeched, his entire body spasming in agony. His voice, once full of arrogance and mockery, was now reduced to the wailing of a broken, humiliated man. His pig-like face was soaked with tears and blood, his once robust frame now battered and bruised beyond recognition. Wei Long loomed over him, his smirk never faltering. "Enough? Oh, I don't think so. I'm just getting started." Xiaoyan's eyes widened in sheer horror. He had never been more afraid in his entire life. Elder Xiaoyan's voice broke into a shrill scream, his tone filled with hysteria and desperation as he bellowed out, "You don't understand. I am important. I am not just some nobody. Even if you defeat me here, even if you kill me, you will only be inviting disaster upon yourselves." His pig-like face trembled with sweat as his painted lips quivered. "I may have hidden my true identity within this pitiful blood-bore sect, but I am part of something much greater, a true demonic force." "You think I'm the end of the line?" "No, no, no, no. If I die, the grand demonic sect will know. You will be hunted. You will be found. No matter where you hide, no matter how powerful you think you are, my sect will rip through worlds to find you and end you. You cannot possibly comprehend the forces you are dealing with." Xiaoyan's eyes darted wildly from Wei Long to Xinan back, seeking any sign of hesitation, any glimmer of mercy. "Think about it. Think about what you're doing. You're dooming yourselves. You're dooming everyone around you," he howled, his words growing more frenzied. "You think you're strong now? You think you can just kill me and get away with it? Ha ha ha. No, 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 no. I am a disciple of the grand demonic sect, a true hidden force within this pathetic little blood-bore sect. I was planted here for a reason. I have connections, power, influence. I am our." Wei Long suddenly leaned forward, his massive, prehistoric head tilting ever so slightly, his dark, piercing eyes staring deep into Xiaoyan's frantic ones. Then, with a deep, guttural growl, Wei Long simply said, "Boo!" Xiaoyan's entire body jolted as if lightning had struck his soul. He gasped sharply, his feet scrambling as he tried to take off into the sky, but before he could even lift himself more than an inch, a heavy force crashed into him from the side. Wei Long's massive tail, thick and powerful like a warhammer, swung mercilessly and sent Xiaoyan spiraling through the air like a ragdoll. He crashed into the ground with a sickening thud, his limbs twisted at odd angles, his breath ragged. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief. How a broken bar? How is this happening? There's a broken bar. This shouldn't be possibly broken bar. I took the pill. I reached the adapting Chi realm. You are only an awakening Chi realm beast. How can this be happening? Wei Long did not answer. Instead, he smiled a wide, sadistic dinosaur grin that revealed his jagged teeth, each one capable of crushing bone to dust. His aura flared again, even stronger this time, causing the very air around them to tremble. Xiaoyan's heart pounded in his chest, a deep, primal fear gripping him. He could no longer sense Wei Long's cultivation. It was as if this beast had transcended, stepping into the realm beyond his comprehension. "And no, a broken bar," Xiaoyan stuttered, his body trembling violently. "There's a broken bar. This can't be real. A broken bar." In a desperate act of self-preservation, he tried to jump away again, but just as he leapt, A clawed foot slammed down onto his leg, snapping it instantly like a twig. The scream that tore from his throat was inhuman, echoing through the darkened forest like a wailing banshee. But Wei Long was not done. As Xiaoyan tried to crawl away, dragging his broken leg behind him, Wei Long's foot came down again, this time on his arm, shattering it completely. Xiaoyan howled in agony, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps, his eyes rolling back as pain consumed his every sense. "Mercy, a broken bar, mercy," he wailed, tears and snot mixing on his grotesque face. Wei Long did not respond. Instead, he simply watched as Xiaoyan, now a broken, pathetic mess, still tried to crawl away. Watched as he struggled, the proud and flamboyant elder reduced to nothing more than a whimpering, sniveling pig. Xiaoyan's entire body shuddered violently, his mind spinning out of control. He could feel the intense, looming presence of the beast behind him, following him silently, like death itself. It was suffocating, terrifying. The more he moved, the closer it felt, the heavier the air became. The longer this chase went on, the more he realized there was no escape. He sobbed, his broken fingers clawing weakly at the dirt beneath him. "Please, broken bar, please, I beg you. Have mercy. Have pity. I was wrong. I was arrogant. We're broken bar, you are the stronger one. You win. I acknowledge it. Please, just a broken bar, just let me live. I will leave. I will disappear. You will never see me again. I swear it," he wailed, his body shaking uncontrollably as he dragged himself forward, his ruined limbs barely functioning. Wei Long tilted his head, his eyes cold, calculating. There was no satisfaction in the begging of weak prey. He wanted to crush, to dominate, to destroy. And yet, as Xiaoyan kept crawling, as he kept crying and pleading, there was a sickening, twisted pleasure in watching the once proud elder break apart so completely. But then, suddenly Wei Long's gaze shifted. He stopped moving. He looked up. The moment his eyes left Xiaoyan, the elder paused as well, his breath hitching. What a broken bar! What was he looking at? A cold, suffocating presence washed over them. The air turned heavy, the ground beneath them seemed to darken. A new force, something beyond their current battle, had just arrived. Xiaoyan, his body still shivering, dared to lift his head and look in the direction of Wei Long's gaze. And what he saw made his eyes lit up. Above them, the air trembled as three figures loomed in the sky. Draped in thick robes of deep crimson and obsidian black, the three demonic cultivators descended with an aura of silent authority. Each of them had a different style of dress, adorned with talismans and intricate demonic engravings that pulsated with sinister energy. But what stood out the most were the boar's accompanying theme: massive, grotesque creatures with thick hides covered in jagged scars, their crimson eyes gleaming with ruthless intelligence. The demonic aura they emitted was overwhelming, sending ripples of dread through the land. Wei Long, standing in the carnage of his previous battle, smirked at the sight of them. His reptilian eyes glowed with an almost playful malice as he watched them descend ever so slowly, their presence thickening the air like an impending storm. The moment their boots touched the bloodied ground, the earth itself seemed to groan under the weight of their arrival. But before anything could be said, Wei Long shifted his gaze toward the broken, trembling elder Xiaoyan. The once arrogant and disgusting swine was now a pathetic heap of crushed limbs, his pig-like snout quivering, his grotesque makeup smeared with blood and dirt. "Don't beg to them," Wei Long said, his voice dripping with mockery. "They heard everything, that you're some spy of a so-called large sect. So tell me, Xiaoyan, why would they save you now?" His grin widened, flashing his rows of prehistoric teeth. Xiaoyan's already pale face drained of what little color remained. He looked at the three cultivators, his eyes darting frantically. No, that was a lie. I was just joking. This lizarder, this vile, treacherous lizarder forced me to say that. You heard wrong. I swear it," he wailed, voice cracking as he tried to drag himself forward, his crushed limbs barely obeying his desperate will. Wei Long let out a deep, guttural chuckle that sent vibrations through the ground. "Joking, huh? How convenient." His amusement faded in an instant, and his body shifted. Without another word, he opened his enormous maw. Then, he inhaled. The air trembled as an unseen force pulled against reality itself. Xiaoyan's body was instantly dragged forward by an invisible, overpowering suction force. His shrill, piggish screams tore through the battlefield as his broken form tumbled and rolled across the dirt, moving inch by inch toward the abyss of Wei Long's prehistoric jaws. "No, no, you can't stop!" Xiaoyan screamed, his fingers clawing desperately at the earth, but his grip found nothing to anchor him. His legs, broken and useless, dangled helplessly in the air as his entire body lifted off the ground. Wei Long did not stop. The force only grew stronger. Xiaoyan flailed like a marionette cut from its strings, his grotesque form flung higher into the air before it was swallowed whole into the darkness of Wei Long's mouth. The three cultivators did not move, not even an inch. They simply watched, their faces unreadable as the pig-like elder was devoured in front of them. Then came the crunch, a slow, deliberate crunch. Bones shattered, flesh tore, and the sickening sound of marrow being crushed echoed through the battlefield. Wei Long's powerful jaws worked methodically, grinding Xiaoyan into nothing but chunks and pulp. His tail swayed idly as he chewed, as if savoring the sensation. The noise continued, wet and visceral, with every passing moment dragging on as if eternity had slowed to witness this brutal end. And then, silence. Wei Long suddenly paused. His dinosauric snout wrinkled in disgust. Then, with a violent motion, he spat the remains of Elder Xiaoyan onto the ground. The mangled, unrecognizable mass of blood, shattered bones, and torn flesh hit the earth with a sickening squelch. Wei Long exhaled sharply through his nostrils. "They say the uglier something is, the tastier it is," he said, rolling his reptilian tongue inside his mouth before sneering. "But this one? Disgusting, inside and out." The battlefield was deathly silent. Then, without warning, the three cultivators who had been silently watching from above began descending slowly. Their heavy robes billowed slightly in the wind as they touched the blood-soaked ground with an eerie grace. Their boars, monstrous and imposing, stood still, their breaths heavy, nostrils flaring as they watched the remains of Xiaoyan being washed into the dirt. Then, in a movement as fluid as the flowing river, the three cultivators knelt. The entire battlefield seemed to freeze at the sight. Wei Long's reptilian eyes flickered with amusement and curiosity as he stared down at them. His tail swayed ever so slightly, his monstrous frame still towering over them despite their proximity. The three kneeling cultivators did not speak. They remained motionless, heads bowed, their boars kneeling beside them in an almost synchronized display of submission. Wei Long exhaled through his nose, his breath sending another ripple through the air. He tilted his head slightly, peering down at them with an expression that was both intrigued and vaguely amused. He had expected resistance. But these a broken bar. This was far more interesting. "Oh?" His voice rumbled, deep and reverberating. "What do we have here?" The three demonic cultivators, their robes drenched in the eerie glow of the moonlight, slowly lifted their heads after kneeling. Each of them bore the emblem of the Blood Boar sect, but their expressions were not ones of hostility. They carried reverence, admiration, and even a hint of fear. Their boars, standing behind them, grunted lowly, their tusks gleaming under the night sky. "Oh, mighty dragon god," the first elder, a gaunt man with a jagged scar running down his cheek, spoke in a trembling voice. "We Elder Xun, Elder Bao, and Elder Hua are the honored guardians of the Blood Boar sect. We bow before your presence." The second elder, Elder Bao, a woman with silver hair and piercing crimson eyes, inhaled deeply. "Elder Xiaoyan was a disgrace to our sect. A pretender. To think that he dared claim allegiance to a greater demonic sect while hiding among us like a rat." A broken bar. She clenched her fists. "It is fortunate that you, O Dragon God, have purged him from existence." The third elder, Elder Huo, a short, stocky man with broad shoulders, bowed even lower. "We extend our deepest apologies for the inconvenience he has caused you, O Great One. Had we known of his treachery sooner, we would have personally offered his head upon your claws." Wei Long remained still, his towering dinosaur form unmoving. His golden eyes gleamed with an amused light as he listened to their flattery. His tail flicked once, making the ground tremble beneath him. However, amidst their words of reverence, he noticed something. The three elders were not merely bowing, they were subtly moving their fingers, tracing invisible patterns in the air. Wei Long's keen eyes caught the movement instantly. They were forming seals, possibly communicating with someone or preparing something. Xina, standing at his side, narrowed her eyes. "They're up to something," she muttered under her breath. Then, without warning, the three elders turned toward her. "Lady Xina," Elder Xun said smoothly, his voice as oily as his appearance. "You are a remarkable woman. Not only are you skilled in combat, but you also command a beast of divine might. A dragon of such stature, a broken bar, one that devours its enemies without hesitation, a broken bar. Truly, you are worthy." "Worthy of what?" Xina snapped, folding her arms, her glare sharp and distrustful. Elder Bao smiled knowingly. "To be an elder of the Blood Boar sect." Xina froze. Even Wei Long raised a metaphorical eyebrow at that. "An elder?" Xina repeated, her voice dripping with disbelief. "Yes," Elder Huo affirmed, nodding enthusiastically. "Our sect values strength above all. You possess the qualifications to stand among us as an equal. We are willing to bestow upon you the rank of an honored elder if you but accept." Xina scoffed. "And why, exactly, would I do that?" Elder Xun chuckled. "Because the position is not merely an honor, it is an acknowledgement of reality. You are already above the common disciples. Having tamed the dragon god himself, you have ascended beyond the need to be a mere sect member." Wei Long let out a low rumble, his amusement growing. "Tamed?" Elder Bao quickly continued, "It is merely a formality. The sect recognizes your authority over the dragon god, and thus, by extension, your worthiness to stand among us. The moment the dragon god allowed you to stand beside him, he recognized your strength. If a divine beast deems you worthy, who are we to question that wisdom?" Xina's eyes narrowed. "And if I refuse?" Elder Huo smiled, his teeth glinting. "Why refuse a gift?" "This is not coercion, it is a declaration. You have already earned this. The moment the dragon god tore through our enemies, your path was set. You can deny it all you wish, but the truth is a broken bar. You belong with us now." Wei Long listened to this with an unimpressed expression. He had been called many things: a monster, demon, beast, but dragon god had a nice ring to it. However, the assumption that Xina had tamed him was laughable. Then, suddenly, he chuckled. It was a deep, rumbling sound that shook the ground beneath them. "Cut the crap!" His voice boomed across the land, silencing the three elders instantly. Their bodies stiffened as they looked up at him with widened eyes. Wei Long grinned, his massive jaws parting slightly to reveal his razor-sharp teeth. "You kneel before me, but you still try to manipulate the situation to your advantage. Do you really think I'm blind?" The three elders exchanged uneasy glances. Wei Long's tail slammed into the ground, creating a minor quake. "Let's be real here. You don't care about Xina. You care about controlling what you think is a tamed dragon. That's the only reason you're offering her a position, isn't it?" His golden eyes flashed. "You think if she joins you, that means I join you too?" Elder Xun's lips twitched. "We would never presume to." "Shut it!" Wei Long growled, his voice dripping with venom. "You're worms trying to slither your way out of a hole Xiaoyan dug for you. You knew he wasn't a true member of your sect. You let him run wild anyway. And now that he's gone, you're scrambling to clean up the mess." The elders remained silent, their expressions frozen. Wei Long grinned wider. "I don't take orders. I don't belong to your pathetic sect, and neither does Xina." Xina smirked at his words, folding her arms. "Tough luck, huh?" Elder Bao exhaled slowly. "Dragon god, a broken bar. We mean no offense. We simply Wei Long interrupted with a snap of his jaws, making them flinch. "I said, cut the crap." Silence fell once more, heavy and oppressive. Finally, Elder Xun, still kneeling, lowered his head even further. "Then a broken bar, what would you have us do?" Wei Long stared at them, his golden eyes piercing into their very souls. Xina smirked. "Now that's the right question." The three demonic cultivators, still kneeling, exchanged subtle glances before slowly rising to their feet. Their movements were synchronized, as if pre-planned, their robes swaying with a sinister grace. The air around them grew heavier, vibrating with an ominous hum as they subtly nodded to one another. A chilling wind swept through the clearing, and without warning, an immense surge of temporal chi erupted from the trio, distorting the surroundings with warping ripples. Wei Long instinctively tensed, his reptilian pupils narrowing into razor-thin slits. The energy was different from anything he had encountered before, a deep, pulsating force that seemed to affect the very flow of time itself. Before he could react, swords of various sizes and shapes, shimmering with dark runes, materialized high above them. In an instant, the weapons rained down like a violent storm, embedding themselves into the earth with precision, forming a perfect, inescapable enclosure around Wei Long and Xainar. The blades pulsed with the same temporal energy, binding them within an unbreakable domain. The three cultivators straightened their posture, looking at each other with smug satisfaction. Soon, another cultivator would appear. This elder with deep wrinkles and a long, serpentine mustache, let out a quiet chuckle. "A fine gift indeed," he murmured, eyes gleaming with delight. "Even though we failed in our initial task, presenting this earth dragon to the leader will surely appease him." Wei Long, who had been watching silently, suddenly burst into raucous laughter. His deep, guttural voice shook the space around him, carrying with it an undeniable arrogance. "Idiots!" he sneered, his massive tail swaying behind him. "Did you really think I didn't see you forming your pathetic little seals earlier? I accepted this little show of yours just to humor you. Now, let me return the favor and shatter this weak excuse of a cage." With that declaration, Wei Long lifted his clawed foot and stomped on the ground, sending a shockwave surging outward. The air crackled as his immense force surged against the barrier. Yet, to his surprise, the seal remained intact. His confident smirk wavered for a fraction of a second before he scoffed and tried again, this time slamming his powerful tail against the shimmering enclosure. Again, the barrier remained untouched. Wei Long's eyes darkened, and his muscles coiled with tension. This was unacceptable. With a deep breath, his body surged with nuclear energy, his scales glowing faintly with golden streaks. He lunged at the seal once more, his claws crackling with raw power, and struck the swords with an earth-shattering force. Yet, nothing happened. A growl of irritation escaped his throat. This was impossible. Again, and again, and again. Each time, he attacked with increasing ferocity, his blows enough to crush mountains, his tail swipes strong enough to level cities, yet the barrier refused to falter. Every strike sent small ripples through the shimmering seal, but it did not break, did not even show signs of weakening. Minutes passed. Dozens of attacks had landed. Yet the seal stood firm. One of the three cultivators, Elder Bao, let out a dry chuckle, stepping forward with a knowing smirk. "Don't bother, little lizard," he said, his voice dripping with condescension. "This isn't some ordinary chi barrier. This formation has been refined over generations by the Blood Boar sect's greatest cultivators. Do you really think a mere beast, even one as rare as you, can shatter it?" Wei Long paused, his gaze snapping to Elder Bao. Elder Bao's smile widened as she raised a hand, fingers tracing symbols in the air. "This formation is constructed using the principles of temporal chi sealing, reinforced by sacrificial techniques that link directly to the spatial fabric of the land itself. This is not something brute force alone can overcome. Even a cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment would struggle to escape without proper knowledge. And you are merely at the chi condensation realm." Wei Long's body tensed at those words, his sharp teeth grinding together. "Face it," Elder Bao continued, her voice tinged with amusement. "You've already lost. No matter how powerful you believe yourself to be, raw strength alone is not enough to break this seal. It is an art to a refined technique that surpasses mere brute force. Our patriarch will arrive soon, and when he does, he will decide what is to be done with you. Until then, struggling is futile." Wei Long's tail lashed the ground, frustration evident in his burning gaze. His chest heaved as he tried to suppress the bubbling rage within him. He refused to accept this. He was Wei Long. He was not meant to be caged. Xainar, who had been watching in tense silence, clenched her fists as her expression darkened. The reality of their situation was sinking in. If what these elders said was true, then their only chance of survival was slipping away with every passing second. Then, in the heavy silence, the three elders straightened, their expressions shifting as they turned their gaze toward the sky. From the distance, a massive, oppressive presence began to loom, casting a shadow across the land. Elder Bao smirked. The patriarch of the Blood Boar sect is coming. Wei Long narrowed his reptilian eyes as he observed the trio before him. He had no reason to rush. Instead, he simply asked, "How strong is this so-called patriarch of yours?" Elder Bao, maintaining her bow, responded with a subdued voice, "The patriarch is at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, far beyond the likes of us." Wei Long grinned, his sharp dinosaur teeth glistening under the dim light. "Peak Foundation establishment, huh?" He let out a deep chuckle. "Then, I suppose I'll wait." Ignoring the elders before him as though they were mere insects, Wei Long turned towards Zainar. "Zainar, I remember, I didn't give you your job properly, right? Your job is to locate more of these so-called higher-level sects for me. If the Autumn Dragon sect struggles to find demonic sects for me, then you will help me hunt them down instead. I need food, plenty of it. If the current prey isn't enough, we'll expand our menu. After all, I only grow stronger and better the more I consume." Zainar nodded hesitantly, her gaze flickering between Wei Long and the still bowing elders. Wei Long, however, did not even acknowledge their presence. He continued speaking to Zainar, his voice filled with casual arrogance, detailing every intricate way in which they would use the sects for their own benefit. "The way I see it," Wei Long said, "these so-called demonic sects are nothing but well-fed cattle. All we need to do is corral them. It's not just about eating, either. There's something to be said about having a steady supply. If I eat too quickly, I might not fully digest my prey's essence. But if I take my time, well, that's where the real benefits come in." Zainar listened intently, but the trio of elders exchanged uneasy glances. They had never encountered such a monstrous way of thinking. It was as if Wei Long viewed their entire sect structure as nothing more than a hunting ground. The sheer confidence and the lack of hesitation in his words sent a chill down their spines. Suddenly, Wei Long turned his attention to the new arrival, the fourth figure who had approached quietly but whom the other three elders regarded with immense respect. "And you?" Wei Long asked, his massive reptilian eyes locking onto the man. "What's your cultivation?" The fourth elder straightened his posture, a hint of pride in his expression. "I am Elder Xang," he announced. "I am at the early Foundation establishment realm." Wei Long grinned again, his dinosaur mouth twisting into a cruel smirk. "Then that means you're strong enough to get out of my way." Without another word, Wei Long slammed his massive tail against the formation that enclosed them. A deafening shockwave erupted, shaking the very ground beneath them. The elders visibly flinched, their hands tightening into fists. The formation, crafted with immense precision, held firm. Wei Long, however, was unfazed. Instead, he laughed. "Oh, still standing?" His voice was dripping with amusement. "Let's see how long that lasts." He slammed his tail again, and again, and again. Each impact sent tremors through the earth, shaking the trees, rattling the stones, and making the air itself quiver. The formation flickered, its glowing lines of energy rippling with stress. The trio of elders watched with mounting horror, realizing that the formation they once considered unbreakable was trembling under Wei Long's relentless assault. Elder Xang, who had remained composed until now, furrowed his brows. He had never seen anything like this. "This shouldn't be possible," he murmured. "Even a peak Foundation establishment cultivator would struggle to shake this formation so easily." Wei Long let out another guttural laugh. "Is that so? Then let's test it a little more." He coiled his powerful legs and launched himself upward. The sky darkened as his massive dinosaur form descended like a meteorite, crashing onto the formation with unrelenting force. The impact sent cracks sprawling across the barrier's surface. The trio of elders gasped. The formation had been specifically crafted to withstand prolonged attacks, yet here it was, fracturing under the might of a single beast. Wei Long didn't stop. He continued, slamming his tail, claws, and even his dinosaur head against the formation over and over, each strike more brutal than the last. Each time, the cracks widened, the energy lines flickering more erratically. Elder Xang's expression darkened. "We need to reinforce the formation." But before he could act, another thunderous impact resounded through the air. This time, the formation groaned under the strain. The cracks deepened, jagged lines of light breaking apart like shattered glass. Wei Long grinned sadistically. "Oh, so it does break." He rolled his shoulders, tail swaying behind him. "Then let's see how long it takes before it shatters completely." Elder Bao clenched her fists. "This is madness, a broken bar." Elder Huo's eyes darted to the sky. "The patriarch must arrive soon, a broken bar or else a broken bar." Xina, watching the battle unfold, was silent. Yet a part of her knew the moment the formation fell, there would be no stopping Wei Long. She didn't know what was happening, but she never expected that the Wei Long that she met would be this strong. The moment the four demonic elders realized that brute force alone wouldn't stop this monstrous beast, they acted in unison. Their hands flickered through a rapid series of intricate seals, their chi surging in tandem as they formed yet another sealing formation around Wei Long. The ground beneath them pulsed with a dark glow as layered runes burned into existence, forging an intricate cage of shifting barriers meant to contain and suppress even a peak foundation establishment expert. Yet, before the formation could solidify completely, Wei Long let out a guttural growl, his massive, muscular tail sweeping forward like a battering ram. The entire barrier trembled under the sheer force of the impact, spiderweb cracks appearing along its surface. "Hold it down!" Elder Bao screamed, gritting her teeth, as she poured even more of her chi into the formation. The other three followed suit, their robes fluttering wildly as the sheer energy of their combined power struggled to suppress the beast before them. But Wei Long only let out a deep, rumbling chuckle. "This is fun." With a low, predatory crouch, his dinosaur body surged forward again. His thick, scaled skull smashed against the formation with even greater force, sending shockwaves through the entire area. The ground splintered beneath his clawed feet, and the air itself quivered as the structure of their carefully constructed formation warped and groaned under the relentless onslaught. Crack! A thin, nearly imperceptible fracture ran through the center of the barrier. Elder Xang's face went pale. "It's breaking." Before he could finish, Wei Long's tail swung again, this time with the explosive force of a charging beast. The formation let out a piercing screech, its structure unable to withstand the sheer brutality of Wei Long's relentless assault. Boom! It shattered, sending fragments of spiritual energy scattering like glass shards in every direction. The four elders staggered back, momentarily stunned. "How?" Elder Xun's voice quivered. "That a broken bar, that was a reinforced triple-layered suppression array. Even if a peak foundation establishment cultivator were inside, Ada." But before they could fully process the sheer absurdity of what they had just witnessed, Wei Long had already moved again. Boom! Another formation, hastily thrown up in desperation, shattered before it could even stabilize. Boom! A third, then a fourth. And each time, the elders grew increasingly frantic. Their hands flew through ever more complex and powerful techniques, layering new formations upon old ones, trying to reinforce them, trying to make them last just a second longer. Yet, Wei Long's movements became faster. His strength only grew. The more formations they built, the more easily he crushed them. Boom, boom, boom. Each shattering impact sent shockwaves across the land. Dust and debris filled the air, and the once stable ground cracked under the sheer force being unleashed. The darkened forest trembled in fear, the surrounding demonic beasts fleeing in terror at the overwhelming presence of the predator reigning supreme. At first, the elders had been in disbelief. Then, they were horrified. And now, their hands trembled, not from exertion but from an unbearable realization. This beast was growing stronger with every single blow. It wasn't just brute force. It was as if each destroyed formation was fueling his growth, feeding into his body, making him faster, tougher, more refined in his movements. Elder Bao's mind raced. "He's a broken bar. This isn't normal. He's not just breaking through the formations, he's adapting." Wei Long stopped for a brief moment, his large, reptilian eyes glinting with amusement. "Oh, you just noticed?" The elders barely had time to react before he lunged forward. This time, they went all out. Desperation fueled their next attempt. The four of them formed an interwoven matrix of seals, drawing upon every ounce of their cultivated knowledge, constructing a barrier so dense that it shimmered like a solid, impenetrable wall of chi. This is our last chance, Elder Sang roared. If he breaks through this Anir, slam. Wei Long didn't hesitate. His massive tail struck the formation with monstrous force. It didn't crack immediately. It held up barely. The entire structure vibrated violently, pulsing with resistance. Slam. A second hit. The shimmering light of the formation flickered. The elders gritted their teeth, their spiritual energy rapidly draining as they struggled to maintain its integrity. Slam. A third. The formation wobbled dangerously. Cracks spread like veins of lightning across its surface. And then, with a final, devastating sweep of his tailor, boom, the last barrier shattered like brittle ice. The sheer force of the explosion sent the four elders sprawling, their robes tattered, their bodies aching from the backlash. Wei Long stood amidst the wreckage, completely unharmed, his scales gleaming with a terrifying aura. And then, as the dust settled, he lifted his tail one last time and casually smacked the remnants of the final barrier away with a single slap. Thud. A deafening silence followed. The elders stared, their bodies frozen in place. Their strongest sealing technique was reduced to nothing. Their last hope of containment utterly obliterated. And standing in the center of it all was the beast they had so foolishly tried to suppress, staring down at them with cold amusement. Wei Long grinned. Try again? Wei Long grinned widely, his sadistic dinosaur mouth stretching in amusement as he stared down at the four trembling elders. Their bodies shook, their chi reserves nearly depleted, their robes tattered from the backlash of their shattered formations. He could smell it half-ear. The thick, intoxicating scent of prey that knew there was no escape. For a brief moment, he simply stood there, towering over them like a tyrant, letting the weight of despair sink into their bones. Then, with deliberate slowness, he took a single step forward. The ground quaked. Elder Sang flinched. Elder Bao sucked in a breath. Elder Huo's pupils shrank. Elder Xun clenched his trembling fists. They had no fight left in them. Wei Long's deep, guttural chuckle rumbled through the air like distant thunder. You all put up such a grand performance here, broken bar, setting up formations, scheming behind my back, trying to trap me and Ye to broken bar. His massive head lowered, shadowing them completely. Look at you now. His jaws parted slightly, rows of dagger-like teeth glinting menacingly under the moonlight. So pathetic. Before they could react, he moved. Snap. In an instant, Elder Sang disappeared. The others barely registered the blur of motion before a sickening crunch echoed through the air. Wei Long's jaws clamped shut, the weight of his bite effortlessly crushing flesh and bone. The muffled screams of Elder Sang lasted only a second before being abruptly silenced. Wei Long chewed slowly, purposefully. His powerful teeth ground down, the wet, fleshy noises mixing with the splintering of bones. The remaining three elders stood frozen, their bodies paralyzed with absolute terror. Wei Long took his time. The thick, iron scent of blood spread as he worked his jaws. Every few moments, a fresh crack would sound, a bone snapping, cartilage breaking. And then, finally a gulp. He swallowed. A low, satisfied exhale left his nostrils. Not bad. His reptilian eyes flickered down at the remaining elders. Who's next? Elder Bao stumbled backward, gasping. We can still be useful. Why you need subordinates, don't you? Snap. Her words were cut off as Wei Long's tail moved like a whip. It struck her midsection with such force that she was launched into the air, her body twisting unnaturally before slamming into the ground. A pained wheeze escaped her lips as blood trickled from her mouth. She tried to crawl a wire, but Wei Long was already there. He pressed one massive clawed foot onto her back, pinning her down effortlessly. She struggled. Useless. Her feeble limbs barely twitched under his weight. Wei Long grinned again. Subordinates. He leaned down, his hot breath washing over her trembling form. I already have one, and unlike you. His eyes flicked towards Ina for a brief second before returning to his prey. She actually knows her place. Elder Bao barely had time to scream before Wei Long's jaws clamped down around her. She flailed wildly, her muffled shrieks of agony filling the air as he slowly bit down, letting her feel every excruciating second of it. Her body convulsed. Then, the crunch came. Wei Long ripped her in half. Blood sprayed. Her upper half dangled briefly from his mouth before he swallowed her down in one smooth motion. The lower half of her body collapsed onto the ground, twitching for a few lingering moments before going still. The two remaining elders, Elder Huo and Elder Xuna, were beyond speechless. They had lost control of their bodies entirely. They were prey, and prey did not fight. They only ran. With a desperate burst of chi, both elders turned to flee. Wei Long led them. For a moment, he simply watched as they scrambled away like wounded animals, their once dignified figures reduced to nothing more than panicked, mindless creatures acting on instinct. Then, he moved. His massive legs propelled him forward with terrifying speed. His tail lashed out, catching Elder Xuan's legs midair and yanking him backward. Before Elder Xun could react, Wei Long's jaws clamped around his torso, his teeth piercing through flesh and shattering ribs in an instant. Elder Xun screamed. Wei Long took his time. He shook his head slightly, tearing muscle and sinew apart, savoring the sensation of break caught between his teeth. Elder Huo, who had managed to put a few extra feet of distance between them, heard the wet rip behind him but didn't dare turn around. He poured everything into his escape, forcing his weakened body to move, to run. But he never stood a chance. Wei Long lunged. His jaws caught Elder Huo's entire upper body. For a brief moment, Elder Huo's legs still kicked wildly outside of his mouth, his hands desperately trying to push against the vice-like grip. But there was no escape. Wei Long bit down. The scream stopped. A fresh wave of blood poured from the gaps between his teeth. Crunch. He chewed. Crunch. He swallowed. A deep silence followed. Wei Long exhaled, a satisfied rumble leaving his chest. He licked the remnants of blood from his snout before finally turning to Xina, who had remained completely still the entire time, her expression unreadable. For a moment, neither spoke. Xina. Whoosh! A powerful presence descended. The air shifted, thickening under an unseen force. The temperature dropped. The trees around them bent slightly under an overwhelming pressure. Wei Long's instincts flared. His head lifted, his reptilian eyes narrowing as he turned toward the sky. A lone figure floated above them, cloaked in deep crimson robes, his presence radiating an aura so suffocating that even the lingering blood in the air seemed to shudder under its weight. The patriarch of the blood boar sect had arrived. Wei Long's golden reptilian eyes gleamed as he lifted his head, locking onto the crimson-robed figure descending from the sky. The sheer pressure radiating from this newcomer sent waves through the trees, bending them slightly as if nature itself was bowing to his arrival. The air grew heavier. Xina, standing behind Wei Long, instinctively clenched her fists. She wasn't weak, not compared to the average cultivator in this region, but the aura coming from this man was on an entirely different level. It was suffocating. This wasn't just an elder. This was the true ruler of the blood boar sect. The patriarch, his robes billowed as he landed gracefully on the blood-soaked earth. Unlike the four elders, who had expressed panic, arrogance, or desperation in their final moments, the patriarch remained completely composed. He didn't react to the mutilated corpses of his subordinates. He didn't show any signs of fear or anger. Instead, he simply stared. Wei Long met his gaze, and for a long moment, neither of them moved. Then, the patriarch finally spoke, his voice calm, smooth, yet carrying an undeniable weight. "So you are the creature that has disrupted my sect." Wei Long smirked, his massive tail sweeping lazily across the ground, knocking over a broken tree in the process. "Creature? That's a bit rude. I prefer Wei Long, or if you're feeling respectful, Dragon God." The patriarch showed no visible reaction to the title. Instead, he took a step forward, his boots pressing into the blood-soaked ground. "My sect has stood for centuries, growing from a minor faction into a feared force. Yet in a single night, you have slaughtered my men, broken my formations, and made a mockery of my elders." Wei Long chuckled, a deep rumbling sound. "Yeah, I did. They were pretty weak." He tilted his massive head. "Including those last four. I barely got anything useful out of them before they turned into snacks." Xina flinched slightly at the casual way he referred to his victims. The patriarch remained unreadable. "Is that why you did this?" His voice remained calm, his tone neither accusatory nor curious, just factual. "To devour them?" Wei Long stretched his powerful limbs, his claws leaving deep scars in the dirt. "Partly." His eyes glowed. "But mostly because I can." A silence fell over the clearing. The patriarch finally exhaled. "You're arrogant." Wei Long grinned, exposing rows of dagger-like teeth. I have the strength to back it up. The patriarch clasped his hands behind his back, his expression as unmoving as a mountain. Strength a broken bar, strength is fleeting. Wei Long snorted. Tell that to the ones I ate. The patriarch ignored the remark. Instead, he looked past Wei Long for the first time, his gaze settling on Zainar. You are different from the others, he said. You are not a member of my sect. Zainar remained still. The patriarch turned back to Wei Long. And yet, you keep her with you. Wei Long flicked his tail, sending a gust of wind toward the patriarch, though the man didn't flinch. She's mine. That's all you need to know. The patriarch regarded him for a long moment. Then, with slow, deliberate movements, he raised his hand. A crimson glow enveloped his palm. I did not come here to debate ownership, he said. Nor did I come here to lecture a beast on strength. The crimson light grew stronger, the very air around them thickening with an unseen force. Wei Long's grin widened. His muscles tensed, his blood racing with anticipation. Finally, a worthy opponent. You talk too much, Wei Long said, lowering his stance. His claws dug into the ground. His powerful tail coiled slightly, ready to strike. His golden eyes locked onto the patriarch like a predator sizing up its prey. The patriarch's expression remained the same, unshaken, unbothered. But his aura flared. The ground cracked beneath him. The very air trembled. The trees surrounding them bent further, as if nature itself was warning them of what was to come. They moved. The air exploded with force as Wei Long and the patriarch clashed. The ground cracked beneath their feet, sending violent shockwaves in every direction. Trees were uprooted, rocks shattered into dust, and the very atmosphere trembled under the sheer magnitude of their blows. Wei Long lunged first, his massive dinosaur body twisting as his tail lashed out like a whip, aiming straight for the patriarch's head. But the old cultivator barely tilted his head to the side, dodging the strike with inhuman precision. Too slow, the patriarch murmured, his crimson aura flaring. Before Wei Long could react, a hand wrapped in pure energy slammed into his side. Boom! Wei Long was sent flying like a meteor, his massive body skidding across the ground and carving deep trenches into the earth. He roared, more out of frustration than pain, as he dug his claws into the dirt to stop himself. But the patriarch was already above him, descending like a divine executioner. His palm, glowing with condensed spiritual energy, was aimed straight at Wei Long's skull. Crack! The impact was devastating. The earth quaked. A massive crater formed beneath them as Wei Long's head was slammed into the ground with so much force that the very land seemed to collapse under them. For a moment, everything was still. Dust filled the air. The sky above had turned a murky red from the sheer force of their battle. The patriarch hovered in place, staring down at the buried dinosaur. The earth erupted. Wei Long burst from the crater with a manic grin, blood leaking from his mouth. His scales were cracked, his body covered in wounds, but his golden eyes were filled with amusement. That tickled. The patriarch's eyes narrowed. Wei Long twisted his body midair, using his tail to swipe at the old man. This time, the attack came faster, much faster than before. The patriarch raised his arm to block. Buta! Bang! His body was sent flying backward, smashing through several mountains in the distance before finally stopping himself midair. Wei Long landed heavily, the ground trembling beneath his feet. He wiped the blood off his snout with the back of his claw and let out a deep chuckle. Come on, old man. If that's the best you've got, I might just fall asleep. The patriarch didn't reply. He simply raised his hand, and the world darkened. A sea of crimson swords materialized in the sky, each radiating an aura of death. Hundreds, no, thousands of them. They hung in the air like a storm, each blade aimed at Wei Long. Fall, the patriarch whispered. The swords descended. An ocean of death rained from the heavens. Wei Long didn't move. He just stood there, watching as the countless blades screamed toward him at blinding speeds. Then, as the first sword was about to pierce his skull, he grinned. Boom! A shockwave of pure force erupted from his body. The ground beneath him collapsed entirely, forming an abyss. Wei Long moved, faster than ever before. His tail shot out, shattering dozens of swords in an instant. His claws ripped through the air, catching and crushing blades into dust. He dodged, twisted, countered at each motion faster, sharper, more refined than before. But the swords didn't stop. For every sword he broke, 10 more replaced it. The sky itself became nothing but flashing steel. Wei Long was engulfed. For a full minute, the world was nothing but swords. The patriarch watched from above, expression unreadable. But then a figure emerged from the storm. Wei Long walked forward. His body was covered in gaping wounds, deep cuts, and bleeding gashes. Several swords were still lodged into his flesh. His scales had been torn in multiple places. His tail had several cracks running along it. But he was still smiling, still moving. Step by step, the swords still rained down. But Wei Long wasn't dodging anymore. He let them pierce him, let them strike his body. And yet, his aura kept growing. The patriarch's eyes finally narrowed. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Wei Long wasn't supposed to be getting stronger. But he was. Faster, tougher, deadlier. The swords should have weakened him. They should have drained his strength. And yet, with every wound, every injury, his energy surged. Were broken bar. The patriarch's voice faltered for the first time. Wei Long grinned, his golden eyes burning with savage glee. You figured it out, old man. His body trembled. Then his aura exploded. Boom! The force alone shattered the remaining swords in the air. The patriarch finally saw it. Wei Long's cultivation. It was a broken bar climbing, faster, faster, faster. His chi, which had been at chi condensation just minutes ago, was now breaching into foundation establishment, and it wasn't stopping. Whoa! The patriarch's eyes widened in shock. Wei Long's laughter echoed through the battlefield. Not bad, old man. He cracked his neck, his tail smashing into the ground, sending another tremor across the landscape. But it looks like I'll be catching up soon. The patriarch's gaze darkened as he came to a grim realization. This beast could not be allowed to live. No longer hesitating, he released a guttural roar that shook the heavens, and his body exploded with crimson chi. His flesh twisted, his bones cracked and reformed, his skin stretched and rippled as his humanoid figure bulged into something far more monstrous. His tusks elongated, protruding grotesquely from his more like curved blades, dripping with dense demonic energy. His skin turned a sickly red, bristling with darkened fur, each strand like the tip of a sharpened spear. His hands grew larger, his nails thickening into jagged, serrated claws. His pig-like nose expanded, snorting out steaming breaths of pure blood chi. His legs bent at an unnatural angle, reforming into the muscular haunches of a war beast. The blood bore temporal transformation. Then, boom! The ground beneath him disintegrated as the blood bore patriarch launched himself forward. His speed was blinding. 1 second, he was like a monstrous blur of crimson-red dust of blood. The next, he was on top of Wei Long. Clang! His tusks crashed into the dinosaur's scales, generating a thunderous impact that sent shockwaves through the air. Wei Long's body skidded backward, carving massive trenches into the earth. But the patriarch didn't let up. With another deafening snort, he spun his massive boar hooves slamming into Wei Long's side like a battering ram. Bang! Wei Long was sent hurtling through the forest, toppling mountains as he crashed through them. The patriarch did not stop. He flashed forward before Wei Long could even land, appearing directly in his path, then slammed both of his fists into the dinosaur's gut with all his might. Boom! Wei Long was blasted into the air. Higher, higher. The sky itself seemed to tremble as he ascended. But the patriarch wasn't done. His crimson aura flared even brighter as he bent his naisa. Then, leapt. The force of his jump shattered the land below. Faster than the eye could see, he reached Wei Long in the sky. The blood-bore patriarch let out a bestial roar, his voice shaking the heavens as he raised both fists over his head. Then, he struck down. Crack! Wei Long's entire body jerked. For the first time Wei Long's head was sent snapping downward. The force behind the blow was earth-shattering. The sky split apart. Dark clouds churned as the impact sent a violent ripple across the heavens. Wei Long plummeted straight into the earth. Boom! The moment he landed, the entire landscape collapsed. The mountains crumbled. The forests were flattened. The rivers evaporated. Everything in a 10-mile radius was reduced to a wasteland. And yet, the patriarch wasn't finished. Blood leaked from his boorish maw, his veins bulging, his eyes wild with desperation. He could not let this beast get stronger. Not now. Not ever. Before the dust could even settle, he attacked again. He dove down, spiraling through the air, his entire body igniting in a swirling inferno of pure crimson destruction. This was the Blubber sect's final execution strike. A technique meant to reduce an enemy to nothing. No corpse, no soul, not even dust. Just nothingness. His monstrous figure became a blazing comet, crashing toward the impact crater with unstoppable force. This was everything he had left. A single, final blow. Boom. The world turned white. The shockwave erased the land. Everything for miles was completely annihilated. A deafening silence followed. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. Footsteps, slow, steady, unhurried, through the billowing dust and ruined earth. A massive shadow emerged. The Patriarch's crimson eyes widened in horror. Wei Long, a broken bar, was walking completely unharmed. His golden eyes gleamed through the wreckage. His massive body towered over the battlefield, scales still glowing with a terrifying, radioactive luster. He licked his teeth. Not bad, old pig. It felt like someone threw an egg at me and it was frustrating, he mused, tilting his head slightly. But you're bleeding. Looks like you pushed yourself a little too hard. The Patriarch staggered. His body trembled. The blood running from his mouth, his ears, his eyes would not stop. He had burned everything. All his chi, all his life force, and it wasn't enough. Wei Long was still standing, stronger than before. The Patriarch's knees buckled. His breathing grew ragged. He knelt. His vision blurred. His body refused to move. His strength, a broken bar, was gone. Wei Long slowly approached, standing over the exhausted Patriarch. His shadow stretched over the defeated boar. He bent down slightly, lowering his massive head, then grinned. Is that really all that you got? The Patriarch, though battered and beaten, suddenly smirked. Blood still trickled from his mouth, his breath was ragged, and his limbs trembled with exhaustion, but there was something in his expression that made Wei Long pause. Then the old boar chuckled, his voice hoarse yet laced with an eerie amusement. It seems I have encountered a beast from the abyssal demon continent. Wei Long blinked. His large golden eyes narrowed slightly. Abyssal demon continent? What's that supposed to mean? The Patriarch wiped the blood from his chin with the back of his hand, exhaling deeply before continuing. A creature that endlessly gets stronger for an unknown reason. One that hunts and feasts on demonic sects specifically. If such a thing exists, then this is truly the end of all the righteous sects. Their nightmares have only just begun. Wei Long tilted his massive head, his thick tail flicking lazily behind him as he processed the words. His nuclear-powered scales shimmered slightly under the dim sky, his powerful body completely relaxed. Then he grinned. Wait, he said, stepping forward, his massive form causing the very ground to tremble. You think I have some kind of grand mission, some destiny to bring ruin to all the righteous sects? He laughed. A deep, guttural, mocking laugh. You're giving me too much credit, old pig. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, he flexed. His gargantuan arms tensed, the thick, iron-hard muscles bulging with monstrous power. His tail whipped through the air, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. His nuclear chi pulsed, his scales gleaming with a radiance that seemed almost too blinding to stare at directly. Wei Long smirked, baring his fangs. Do you know why I hunt demonic sects? The Patriarch remained silent, watching the monstrous dinosaur with wary eyes. Because they don't make me lose to my insanity, Wei Long continued, his voice carrying a strange sense of self-satisfaction. Eating their wretched flesh makes me healthy. He slammed a clawed hand against his chest, the impact causing a thunderous boom to echo through the land. Just look at me, he declared proudly. My body has never been this powerful, this perfect. Their disgusting, corrupt flesh keeps me nourished. His form radiated dominance. His sheer presence made the air heavy, made the world itself seem smaller in comparison. With a toothy grin, he tilted his head downward. But most of all, I do it for fun. The words were casual, careless, like it was the most natural thing in the world. And just like that, he shattered whatever lingering hope the Patriarch had left. The Blubber Patriarch should have looked horrified. He should have despaired. But instead, a strange light gleamed in his tired eyes. Then, The old boar smiled. A dry chuckle escaped his lips. Wei Long frowned. What? The chuckle grew louder. The patriarch wiped the blood from his lips, shaking his head as if he had just heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. Dina. He laughed. Loud, long, unrestrained. A genuine, booming laugh that echoed through the ruined battlefield. Wei Long's tail twitched. His claws flexed. A faint hint of annoyance flickered across his monstrous face. What the hell are you laughing about? The old boar continued to chuckle, his shoulders trembling, his broken body barely able to stay upright. Dina. He looked up, his gaze filled with something indescribable. Isn't that a foolish belief? Wei Long's large golden eyes gleamed as he stared down at the kneeling patriarch, his tail swaying slightly behind him, radiating nuclear heat. Foolish belief? He repeated, his voice carrying a faint hint of amusement. The old man chuckled again, his weathered face showing neither fear nor despair. It's clear to me now. The blubber patriarch rasped, wiping the blood from his lips. You are in desperate need of demonic Tao essences, aren't you? Wei Long blinked. And the patriarch's smirk deepened. And that means a broken bar. Your existence is unsustainable. Wei Long's tail stilled. The old boar exhaled slowly, then looked up at the monstrous dinosaur before him with a gaze filled with a strange mix of exhaustion and satisfaction. Let me ask you, O great devourer, do you truly believe that the demonic path will always provide for you? Wei Long didn't answer. The patriarch's smile widened. Do you think it's that easy? A sharp laugh escaped his lips as he shook his head. Ha! You fool! After countless years of hiding, do you think demonic cultivators are so easily found? Do you think they breed like insects, just waiting to be hunted by you? His voice grew stronger, louder, more forceful. You think the world will always be filled with delicious, wretched flesh for you to consume? That wherever you go, another demonic sect will just be waiting for you? That whenever your hunger strikes, some poor, foolish demonic Tao cultivator will just happen to exist nearby for you to feast upon? The patriarch slammed a fist against the ground. You are a beast. You consume, you devour, but even the greatest of predators need prey. And let me tell you, beast, the demonic path is a dying path. The righteous sects have spent centuries purging them, eradicating them from every corner of the world. What few remain have hidden themselves in the deepest, darkest shadows, far beyond the reach of any ordinary hunter. Wei Long's eyes flickered slightly, but he remained silent. The old boar sneered. You think they are afraid of you? Number. They were already hunted long before you appeared. The moment they dare to reveal themselves, the righteous sects descend upon them like a storm. And now, will some monstrous beast dare to think you can feast upon them endlessly? His laughter turned sharp, cutting. You are a fool if you believe your food source will last forever. The air grew heavier. Wei Long's massive form cast an even darker shadow over the patriarch, his golden scales shimmering under the dim light. His claws flexed slightly, and for the first time, he seemed to consider the words. The patriarch grinned. Your hunger is your downfall, beast. A heavy silence followed. Dina. Wei Long smirked. Is this old man really thinking that I needed beasts with demonic Tao essence that much to sustain my life? Well, I can say I needed to maintain my human consciousness, but I don't really need them that much. They are just far easier to consume than normal meat and they're much healthier for me. I needed them, but only when I turned into a beast driven by pure instinct. As long as I avoid becoming that version of myself, I think I will be fine. Old man, he said, his voice carrying an unmistakable arrogance, I hate to break it to you, but I don't really need it that much. The patriarch's smile faltered. Wei Long grinned wider. I just like them because they're tasty. His large, razor-sharp teeth gleamed, and beside us a broken bar he tilted his massive head slightly, his eyes dark with amusement. I only really need them when I turn into a true beast, when I lose myself, when I become nothing but pure hunger. The patriarch's eyes widened slightly. Wei Long's voice was calm, relaxed, almost playful. But normally, he laughed, his deep, rumbling voice shaking the air. I eat them because I want to. The ground trembled beneath his feet. Because it's fun. Wei Long's golden eyes gleamed with amusement as he loomed over the battered patriarch. The old boar's breath was ragged, his once proud stance reduced to a trembling kneel. his body covered in wounds from the brutal fight. Blood seeped from his mouth, his tusks cracked, and his once majestic robes hung in tatters. His pride, his dignity all shattered. And now, he was groveling. At first, it was a low whisper, a desperate muttering. But then, as the realization fully sank in that there was no escape, that there was no miracle coming to save him, the patriarch broke. Mercy. His voice cracked as he slammed his forehead against the dirt, his boar ears twitching uncontrollably. His hands clutched the ground, his nails digging deep into the soil as he trembled. Please, O great Dragon Lord, I beg of you, spare this old life. I will serve. I will obey. I will dedicate myself to you. Wei Long watched, his tail swaying lazily behind him. The old man pressed his forehead harder against the ground, his once commanding voice reduced to pitiful pleas. I was wrong. I was blind. I was a fool to stand against such a divine existence as yourself. You are the ruler of beasts, the lord of dragons. Your might is immeasurable. Your hunger is unstoppable. Wei Long's massive foot suddenly pressed down hard on the old man's back. Crack! The patriarch gasped, his spine screaming in agony, his ribs nearly snapping from the weight. You're talking too much, Wei Long muttered, his voice almost bored. The old boar squealed, his body convulsing beneath the pressure. His breath hitched, panic filling his eyes. I have something. He gasped desperately, a secret, an important one. Wei Long arched a brow, though he didn't lessen the pressure. The patriarch coughed violently, his breath wheezing, his body shaking like a leaf. Please, if I tell you a broken bar, will you spare me? Wei Long tilted his head, his gaze flickering with amusement. A broken bar depends. The old man's eyes widened. Depends? Wei Long chuckled, his massive claws tapping against the ground rhythmically. Depends on how important it is, of course, he said smoothly. If it's worthless, well, a broken bar. His tail swayed once more, his fangs glinting as he grinned. You're just a snack waiting to happen. The patriarch shuddered, his breathing unsteady. He could feel a death looming over him, a predator playing with its prey. He had no choice. So, with a trembling voice, he spoke. The demonic sect's a broken bar. Their main goal, a broken bar, is to break the wall. Wei Long's grin faltered. The patriarch gulped before continuing, his words tumbling out in a desperate rush. The wall that separates the two continents. They want to shatter it. If they succeed, a broken bar, this land will turn into hell. Wei Long's eyes narrowed. The old man licked his bloody lips, his voice turning into an urgent whisper. Once the wall is gone, a broken bar, the abyssal beasts will flood this continent. The skies will burn, the rivers will run black, and the land will drown in an endless sea of slaughter. A crazed, desperate light flickered in the patriarch's eyes. And you, Dragon Lord, a broken bar, you will have endless prey. Wei Long's golden eyes widened slightly as he processed the patriarch's words. His massive reptilian body remained still, but the excitement bubbling beneath his scales was undeniable. He hadn't expected this. He had originally planned to use the righteous sects like the Autumn Dragon sector to track down demonic cultivators and their demonic beasts. That way, he wouldn't have to waste time searching for them himself. But this was perfect. If the wall between the continents was broken, demonic cultivators and beasts would flood into this land on their own. He wouldn't have to search for them. He wouldn't have to wait for the Autumn Dragon sect to locate them. They would come to him. And the best part, there would be so many. His claws twitched slightly at the thought, his hunger stirring deep within him. He could already imagine it, endless waves of powerful demonic beasts, their flesh rich with demonic essence, their bodies brimming with strange, delicious abilities waiting to be devoured. He had always grown stronger by consuming the strong. And now, a little buffet was about to be delivered to him. Wei Long let out a deep, rumbling laugh, his sharp teeth glinting. His massive tail swayed, the ground beneath him trembling from his amusement. The patriarch, still kneeling before him, flinched at the sound. His body trembled with fear, but his eyes were locked onto the great beast, watching, waiting. After a few moments, Wei Long's laughter died down, and his gaze turned sharp once more. Tell me more. His voice wasn't a request. It was a command. The patriarch swallowed hard, nodding quickly. He knew that his life depended entirely on how much useful information he could provide. Why, yes, Dragon Lord. he stammered, his ball-like features twitching in terror. I will explain everything." And so, he did. For what felt like an eternity, the old man spoke, pouring out every bit of knowledge he had about the demonic sect's grand plan. He spoke of the wall, a towering, ancient structure hidden deep within the world's most forbidden region, built by ancient cultivators to separate the abyssal demon continent from the lands of the righteous sects. He spoke of the demonic cultivators. They had been gathering for centuries, plotting, searching for the key to breaking the wall. They had been performing rituals, amassing power, and sacrificing countless lives to fuel their ambition. He spoke of the abyssal beasts, creatures of pure destruction, born in a land of madness and blood. Unlike ordinary demonic beasts, abyssal beasts did not just crave flesh, or they craved chaos. They did not just destroy, they corrupted. And once they crossed into this land, there would be no stopping them. "Once the wall is gone," the patriarch continued, his voice growing weaker, "this land will be devoured. Not even the strongest righteous sects will be able to withstand the onslaught. The skies will darken with abyssal flames, the earth will split beneath the weight of their corruption, and the rivers will run red with the enough." Wei Long's voice cut through the old man's ramblings like a blade. The patriarch froze. His breath hitched, his body stiffening in terror. Wei Long stared at him for a long moment before a slow, predatory grin stretched across his face. "You can go." The patriarch's eyes widened in disbelief. What?" Wei Long tilted his head slightly, his golden eyes gleaming with amusement. "I said, you can go." He leaned down, his massive face now looming dangerously close to the patriarch's trembling form. His voice was calm, almost playful. "I am a dinosaur of my word." The patriarch's mouth opened and closed several times, as if struggling to process what had just happened. He had expected to die here. He had resigned himself to his fate. But now a broken bar, he was being spared. Slowly, shakily, the old man began to push himself up, his body still trembling from exhaustion and injuries. And yet, just as he was about to stand, he stopped. His body stiffened, his muscles locking in place. His hands, which had been pressed against the ground, refused to move. His knees, which were just about to lift him up, remained rooted. He could leave. He had been given the chance. And yet a broken bar. He stayed. His breath quickened. His heart pounded against his chest. And then, with a trembling motion, his body lowered back down. The once proud patriarch of the Blood Boar sect, a man who had stood at the peak of his sect for decades, knelt. Not out of defeat, not out of shame, but something unknown. Wei Long's golden eyes gleamed as he gazed down at the kneeling patriarch. He tilted his massive reptilian head slightly, there was an amusement flickering in his expression. "I gave you a chance to leave, old man." His voice rumbled like distant thunder. "Yet, here you kneel." "Why?" The patriarch took a slow, steady breath. His body was still trembling, but not from fear. His eyes no longer held despair, but instead something far more dangerous, a determination. "Because, Dragon Lord, a broken bar, I wish to serve you." Wei Long's eyes narrowed slightly. "Serve me?" The patriarch nodded. "Yes, I wish to work with you to accomplish the one goal that will benefit us both." He raised his head, meeting the dinosaur's gaze directly. "We must open the path to the abyssal demon continent." Wei Long's claws twitched slightly. Now this was getting interesting. "Pray tell, old man, what is the plan?" The patriarch took a deep breath and began to speak. He explained that the demonic sects had long been working toward breaking the barrier between the two continents. However, the righteous sects, despite their many flaws, were powerful and had been actively thwarting their efforts for centuries. Every time a demonic sect made progress, righteous cultivators would rise to eliminate them before they could complete the rituals needed to shatter the wall. "The righteous sects are like weeds," the patriarch said bitterly. "You cut down one demonic sect, and another rises." "But unlike demonic cultivators, righteous sects have vast resources, deep foundations, and access to powerful artifacts passed down from ancient times. Even the lowest sects can call upon their allies if they sense something threatening their order." Wei Long listened, his tail swishing idly. "So what is your plan, then?" The patriarch's eyes gleamed. "It is simple. We infiltrate the righteous sects not to destroy them outright, but to control them from the shadows." Wei Long let out a deep chuckle. "You want to make puppets out of them?" The Patriarch nodded. Exactly. Instead of fighting the righteous sects head-on, we twist them, mold them, guide them so they do not interfere when the demonic cultivators finally complete their work. He spoke at length about how the demonic sects had always failed because they relied on brute force. They would strike from the shadows, unleash plagues, slaughter entire villages to fuel their dark rituals, but such acts only alerted the righteous sects and made them more vigilant. But if we take control from the inside, the Patriarch continued, we can ensure that when the time comes, the righteous sects will be too weak or too divided to stop the final ritual. Wei Long hummed in thought. So you want to infiltrate the sects, manipulate their leaders, and ensure they do nothing when the final moment arrives? The Patriarch nodded eagerly. Wei Long smirked. An ambitious plan. It is the only way. The Patriarch's voice was firm. But it is not easy. Taking control of a sect is not as simple as killing their leaders and replacing them. No. Righteous sects are built on deep traditions and generational loyalty. If a sect suddenly shifts too much in ideology, it will be questioned, either suspicion will arise. That is why the process must be done slowly, subtly. Wei Long rolled his eyes slightly. Sounds tedious. It is. The Patriarch sighed. That is why we move from sect to sect. One righteous sect alone is not enough to ensure success. We need many under our control, and we cannot afford to waste time struggling to make a single sect powerful enough to be untouchable. Wei Long tilted his head. Why not? The Patriarch blinked. What? Wei Long gave him a toothy grin. Why not take a single sect and make it the strongest of them all? The Patriarch stared. Then, after a moment, he let out a weak, dry laugh. That is impossible. Wei Long arched a brow. Is it? The Patriarch nodded. It takes centuries or sometimes even millennia for a righteous sect to rise from the lowest rank to the highest. Do you know how difficult it is to elevate a sect? The Autumn Dragon sect is a prime example. They were once a low-ranked sect, barely surviving. They clawed their way up over the years, but even now, they are only barely recognized as a true force. Their growth was slow, painful, and filled with countless struggles. He sighed deeply. To make a single sect rise to dominance, you need powerful cultivators, incredible resources, a vast network of allies, and an overwhelming military force. Even then, it is no guarantee. Rival sects will attempt to suppress them, wars will break out, and the righteous world will not sit idly by as one sect amasses too much power. It is simply not realistic. Wei Long snorted. Not realistic for you, maybe. The Patriarch frowned. What do you mean? Wei Long's grin widened. It's not a problem for me. The Patriarch stood there, stunned into silence. His lips trembled slightly, but no words came out. Wei Long, completely unbothered, stretched his powerful limbs and yawned. What's with that look, old man? Don't tell me you don't believe me. The Patriarch finally found his voice. It's not that a broken bar, it's just a how can you be so sure? Wei Long smirked. Because I'm me. The Patriarch swallowed hard. He had spent centuries plotting, scheming, and struggling to manipulate the course of history. And yet, here was this beast, this thinger who treated world-shaking events like a game, as if raising a sect to dominance was as easy as breathing. Wei Long, however, had already moved on. His massive tail swung idly as he continued. Now then, I want you to find another demonic path sect and join their ranks. Get in close, make them trust you, and when the time is right, let me know. I'll lend my support. The Patriarch furrowed his brows. You want me to join them? Wei Long nodded. Of course. You're more useful inside than out here. Besides, don't you already know how to weasel your way into people's good graces? The old man stiffened but didn't argue. He did have a knack for infiltrating places. Wei Long's golden eyes gleamed. Once you've settled in, we'll use them. Not just as tools, but as the key to opening that continent. We let them believe they're achieving their grand goal, and when the moment is right. Wei Long grinned, his sharp teeth glinting under the light. We make our move. The Patriarch took a deep breath, nodding slowly. It was a broken bar bold, but the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. The demonic cultivators had always fought for this goal, spilling blood and sacrificing countless lives to break the barrier. If they could push them forward, guide them without exposing themes of us, then they could reap all the rewards without doing most of the work. Wei Long then turned his gaze towards Einar. Go with him. Einar, who had been silently listening, raised an eyebrow. Wei Long chuckled. Don't worry, I can appear behind you anytime if you're in trouble. Just don't call me every time, alright? I want to relax a bit. That's why I think his plan is good for me. Einar nodded without hesitation. She didn't question him, nor did she argue. With that, Wei Long casually walked away, his tail swishing lazily behind him. The Tazine and the Patriarch watched his retreating figure in silence. The Patriarch clenched his fists. That creature a broken bar, that being a broken bar was too unnatural. A part of him, a small, fragile part, wanted to lash out, to try and regain some sense of control over his fate. His gaze flickered to Einar. Perhaps if he killed her now, he could escape. But then he remembered Wei Long's eyes, the way those golden irises pierced through him, as if he were nothing more than an ant being observed by an apex predator. He shivered. That was a terrible idea. Instead, he exhaled deeply and shook his head. The Dragon Lord a broken bar, he muttered, still trying to process everything. He only cares about opening the portal. He doesn't care about the demonic cultivators themselves. Einar nodded. That is correct. The Patriarch looked at her. But you a broken bar, do you actually believe in him? Do you believe he can do it? Einar hesitated. Then, she slowly shook her head. I don't know. But he is my master. The Patriarch's breath hitched. He understood immediately. This girl a broken bar was under the beast's control. She wasn't following Wei Long out of loyalty or admiration. She was bound. Whether through strength, dominance, or something deeper, the girl had accepted her position without question. A slow smile crept onto the Patriarch's face. If that's their Casey broken bar, then perhaps I can help you. Einar glanced at him, her expression neutral. She did not ask for clarification, nor did she react strongly. The Patriarch chuckled. She might not realize it now, but if she grew stronger, if she became more than just a pawner, she might be able to break free from Wei Long's influence. And that a broken bar could change everything. For now, we need to decide our next step, the Patriarch said, shifting gears. The Blood Boar sect is gone, wiped out. That means we need to find a new demonic sect to align ourselves with. Einar nodded. Which sect do you suggest? The Patriarch pondered for a moment. There were many demonic sects, but not all of them were suitable for their needs. Some were too small, insignificant. Others were too erratic, filled with lunatics who wouldn't listen to reason. The Crimson Abyss sect, he finally said. They're one of the more structured demonic sects. They have clear leadership, strong cultivation techniques, and most importantly, they've been trying to open a portal to the abyssal demon continent for centuries. Einar nodded again. Then we go to them. The Patriarch exhaled, then smiled. It seems we have an understanding. With that, the two figures vanished into the night, beginning their journey toward the next phase of the Dragon Lord's ever-growing game. In the demonic abyssal continent, a land of eternal darkness, where the sky was a vast, suffocating expanse of swirling black clouds, thick as ink, pulsing like a living entity. No sun, no moon, only the dim glow of violet and crimson energies that slithered through the air like ghostly veins, pulsing in eerie synchrony. Deep within the continenta, a forest, a vast, sprawling forest of twisted, gnarled trees. Each tree was ancient, monstrous, alive. Their bark was charcoal black, cracked with glowing red fissures, as if molten lava coursed beneath their surface. Their leaves, if they could even be called that, were more like spikes, sharp and jagged, humming with dark energy. And yet, the forest was not silent. It lived. It breathed. It sang. A chorus of inhuman voices echoed through the abyssal trees. Beasts, hundreds, thousands. They lurked between the shadows, nestled within the thick undergrowth, perched atop massive, twisting branches. They were not normal. Their bodies were flooded with demonic Tao essence, blackened and strengthened by the abyss itself. Their fur, their scales, their hides all bore the mark of the abyss, tinged with a sinister glow, exuding a terrifying aura. And yet, they were not raging, not mindless, not rampaging in endless madness, as all demonic doubt-tainted creatures should. No, they were calm, peaceful. Despite their monstrous appearances, despite the corruption that should have driven them to insanity, they coexisted. A colossal, abyssal lion lay stretched across a massive stone, yawning lazily as it bathed in the dim glow of the energy veins above. A group of twisted, skeletal stags with glowing violet antlers trotted past it, making deep, harmonious calls, as if greeting an old friend. Massive six-eyed ravens perched high in the abyssal trees, their glossy black feathers shimmering with eerie runes, yet instead of cawing in chaos, they chirped in an almost melodic rhythm, like a dark lullaby. From beneath the roots of an ancient, spiraling tree, a massive serpent slithered out. Its body was covered in black gold scales, its eyes glowing with an ominous red light, yet it did not attack. Instead, it coiled itself near a group of demonic wolves, their fangs dripping with abyssal venom, yet they lay there, panting lightly, tails swaying lazily. It was unnatural. It was impossible. And yet, it was real. This place here, this dark paradise, was unlike anything else in the abyssal continent. Here, the demonic Tao beasts did not slaughter each other. They thrived together. A sudden shift in the air. The beasts froze. The abyssal lion's ears twitched. The skeletal stags raised their heads. The six-eyed ravens stopped their lullaby, their gaze turning toward the heart of the forest. The massive serpent's forked tongue flicked out and then, the ground trembled, a soft, barely noticeable vibration at first. Then, a second tremor, stronger. And then, a third. The forest shuddered. The twisted trees groaned. The demonic Tao energy in the air stirred. Something was coming. Something colossal. The beasts remained still, not in fear, but in reverence. A soft, almost mist-like smoke began to rise in the distance. White, pure, unfitting for this land. It did not belong to the abyss. It did not belong to the darkness. And yet, the darkness did not reject it. The smoke twisted and danced, spiraling upward, moving with an almost sentient grace. The ground trembled again. The smoke grew thicker, more vast, more dominant. It spread through the forest like a divine wave, washing over everything, touching every beast, and yet, they welcomed it. The abyssal lion let out a deep, rumbling purr. The skeletal stags lowered their heads in respect. The ravens fluttered their wings, shifting position as if making way. The massive serpent coiled tighter, its eyes narrowing in anticipation. And then, a shadow, a silhouette, a vast, towering figure, hidden within the mist. Its steps were slow, deliberate. Each footfall sent another tremor through the abyssal ground. It was approaching. Closer, closer, closer. The white smoke parted. The beast emerged, white. Its entire body was a shade of immaculate white, a purity that defied the abyss itself. Scales, pristine, glimmering, each one shimmering like starlight trapped in stone. Wings, large, majestic, unfolding slowly, casting a shadow over the entire forest. Its eyes, cold, ancient, wise, and powerful. It was not just a beast. It was a force, a being that should not exist in this abyssal realm. And yet, here it stood, a dragon, a white dragon. It moved forward, its massive claws pressing into the abyssal soil, leaving faint, glowing imprints. The demonic Tao beasts, they did not retreat, they did not cower. Instead, they lowered their heads, a silent gesture of respect, a silent acknowledgement of something greater. And then, the dragon breathed in, deep, slow, powerful. The abyss itself seemed to hold its breath. And then, it roared, a sound that shattered the silence of the continent, a roar that ripped through the skies, parting the swirling black clouds above, a roar that shook the earth, sent shockwaves through the trees, cracked the very air itself, a roar that declared its existence, a roar that said, I am here. A broken bar. Above them, up in the air, something began to stir, a whisper, a tremor, a slow, almost imperceptible shift in the very fabric of the demonic abyssal continent. It started as a thin wisp of smoke, pale, faint, a mere thread of mist that twisted and curled, dancing lazily in the abyssal air. Then, another, a second wisp, mirroring the first, rising ever so gently. They moved with an unnatural grace, weaving through the dim, swirling energies of the land, untouched by the corruption that stained the air. And yet, they grew, slowly, ever so slowly, from wisps to tendrils, from tendrils to streams. The two streams of smoke twisted and turned, coiling around each other like living entities, merging and separating in an endless dance. A pulse, a ripple of power. The mist thickened. It stretched, expanded, bigger, wider. It rose above the treetops, beyond the reach of the abyssal creatures below, until it became something vast. A swirling mass of white vapor, shifting, reshaping, molding itself into something tangibly. Two forms, two faces. Their features were vague, undefined. Neither male nor female. Neither young nor old. And yet ancient. Their presence carried an immense weight, a pressure that made even the swirling abyssal energies hesitate. The faces, now fully formed from the dense white mist, hovered in the air. They were massive, so large that they seemed to eclipse the sky itself, gazing down upon the vast abyssal forest with an unreadable expression. For a moment they simply watched, their hollow, misty eyes sweeping over the land, taking in the sight of the beasts, the twisted trees, the dark energy that pulsed like a living heart beneath them. And then they found it. Their gaze locked onto the white dragon. The dragon, standing tall amidst the abyssal creatures, its pristine white scales gleaming against the darkness, was completely unaware. And at that moment a sound, soft at first, barely a whisper, then louder, stronger, a sigh, a long, weary exhale that seemed to carry the weight of millennia. The two faces turned to one another. And then they spoke. Finally a broken bar, a voice that was neither male nor female, neither old nor young, yet ancient. A voice that carried the weight of stars collapsing, of galaxies drifting apart. At that single word, the abyss itself seemed to still. Finally, after so long a broken bar, the other face let out a deep, resonant hum, as though absorbing the words into its very essence. Another one. A pause. The mist around them shifted, trembled, swayed. Another sigh, this time of relief. We have searched the lower realms endlessly. A broken bar, and now we have found one of our own. The blue-eyed white heaven dragon clan. A broken bar has not been completely lost after all. Silence stretched between them, a silence filled with unspoken emotions. Then, slowly, their gaze turned downward once more, toward the dragon below, standing amidst the abyssal beasts, completely unaware of the two titanic entities that loomed above. And then they praised, endlessly, ceaselessly. A cascade of words flowed between them, each syllable carrying an undeniable reverence. Look at it, so pure, a broken bar untouched by corruption. The lower realm's abyssal taint does not consume it. Instead, it bends. It obeys. This child of our blood has done what even some of us failed to achieve. It has tamed the beasts of the lower realm, not through force, not through cruelty, but through its very existence. A tremor ran through the mist as they continued. It is the embodiment of our legacy, a dragon that walks in darkness, yet remains untainted. A dragon that does not command through domination, but through presence. Do you see? It stands, and the abyss bows. It breathes, and the corrupted beasts yield. It is more than just one of you, sir. It is a symbol, a promise that the blue-eyed white heaven dragon clan will rise again. Their voices grew softer, but no less reverent. And yet a broken bar. A pause, a moment of quiet reflection. This world is too small. This realm, a broken bar, is beneath it. It is still weak. It must ascend. They turned to one another again. A long, thoughtful silence passed between them. Then we must prepare it. We must guide it. Another long pause. Then a decision. We will send the scourge. The mist trembled. The air grew cold. And far beyond the abyssal forest, far beyond the sky of the demonic abyssal continent, something awoke from the depths, and it doesn't look like it's a good thing. Not far from the blood boar sect, where the dark forests stretched endlessly and the air was thick with the scent of blood and decay, Wei Long moved like a silent specter. His keen, reptilian eyes flickered with hunger, scanning the dense vegetation for prey. Tonight was a feast, a hunt unlike any other. The beasts of this place were not ordinary. They were tainted, saturated with the demonic Tao's essence. Their bodies pulsed with corrupted power, and to Wei Long, they were delicious. A fresh kill was already beneath his claws. A crimson-horned blood serpent, its long, sinuous body still twitching from the aftershocks of death. Wei Long had pounced with ruthless efficiency, his fangs piercing its thick hide, tearing into its corrupted flesh with a hunger that was both instinctive and calculated. The moment the demonic chi-infused blood filled his mouth, His body shivered, a rush of power surged through his veins. The taste was a broken bar, intoxicating, hot, rich, a perfect blend of destruction and nourishment. But he needed more, much more. Wei Long moved with inhuman grace, his sleek, bioengineered frame gliding through the undergrowth without a sound. His nostrils flared, catching the distinct scent of another demonic beast. There, a nightmare-clawed shadow wolf lurked behind a cluster of bone-white trees, its glowing red eyes fixated on him. It was larger than any normal wolf, its dark fur appearing to drink in the surrounding light, making it a living shadow. But to Wei Long, it was nothing but prey. With a single, fluid movement, he launched himself forward. The wolf barely had time to react before his jaws clamped around its throat. A brief struggle, a muffled whimper. Then, silence. Wei Long released his grip, licking the dark blood from his maw. Not bad, but not enough. His tail swayed, his eyes already scanning for another. More. He needed more. The deeper he ventured into the demonic beast territory, the stronger his prey became. A three-tailed abyssal fox tried to ambush him from above. He snapped its spine mid-air. A bone-eating carrion vulture swooped down. He tore its wings apart before it could scream. A nine-eyed death centipede coiled itself around him, attempting to crush him with its thousands of legs. He ripped it to pieces with raw, bestial strength. One after another, they fell. Their blood stained the ground. Their demonic essences seeped into him, fueling him, making him stronger. Wei Long exhaled deeply, his body thrumming with power. He could feel it. With every beast he devoured, his body changed. His muscles tightened. His senses sharpened. The bioengineered beast within him was adapting, evolving. This was his path: to consume, to hunt, to dominate. Nothing would stop him. Then a broken bar. He felt it, a strange, unsettling presence above him. Wei Long froze. His instincts screamed. His scales prickled, an unnatural sensation crawling along his spine. Something was watching him. Something high above. He turned his gaze skyward. The sky, which had been covered by the thick, swirling miasma of the demonic abyss, now seemed a broken bar different. A strange distortion rippled across the heavens, like a veil being pulled aside, revealing something that should not be seen. Wei Long narrowed his eyes, but then the feeling vanished like it had never been there. HMPH. He shook his head. Whatever it was, it didn't matter. More beasts awaited. More power awaited. And so he resumed his hunt. Wei Long prowled deeper into the abyssal woods, his senses stretched to their limits. Every breath he took was filled with the rich scent of demonic chi. Every muscle in his body was taut, coiled like a spring, ready to strike. He was in his element. And yet, that feeling returned, stronger this time. The air around him felt heavier, as if something unseen was pressing down on him. Wei Long's movements slowed. His eyes flickered upward once more. And this time he saw them. Two faces, formless, blurry, so vast they seemed to stretch beyond the sky itself. They hovered above the forest, silent, their empty gazes locked onto him. Wei Long stilled. His primal instincts roared at him to run, to hide, to vanish into the darkness and never look back. But he didn't. He stared right back at them, his slit pupils narrowing, his tail flicking behind him. What a broken bar are they? The air grew colder. The abyss itself seemed to hold its breath. And then the voices came, distant at first, like whispers carried by 1,000 dying winds. Then louder, clearer, until finally, the words cut through the silence like a blade. Filthy impure is also here. Wei Long's pupils contracted. A shiver ran down his spine, and in that moment he knew he had been seen. Wei Long stood motionless, his gaze still fixed on the two massive faces looming above the abyssal sky. Their blurry forms wavered like mist, but the sheer pressure of their presence was suffocating, ancient, absolute. The kind of existence that lesser beings could not even hope to comprehend. Yet, to Wei Long, they were nothing but familiar ghosts from his past. And then they spoke. Their voices were layered, echoing through the entire demonic abyssal continent like an unholy chorus. Their words were not just heard, they seeped into the bones, into the soul, into the very fabric of the realm itself. Filth, a broken bar, impure, a broken bar, it still lives. The words carried a hatred so deep, so pure, it could have corroded stone. Wei Long felt it, but he did not flinch. How disgraceful! How pathetic! To think that such filth still roams the lower realm, tainting the air with its presence. The voices grew sharper, filled with disgust. This abomination, it should have been erased. The shame it brings upon the blue-eyed white heaven dragon clan is immeasurable. A disgraceful failure. A thing that should not exist. Impure, lesser than dirt. A beast that should crawl, not speak, not think. Wei Long's tail flicked. And yet, here it is, clinging to existence like a parasite, feeding on the filth of the lower realms like the vermin it is. Impure one. Do you even understand? You are nothing. Nothing but an insult to our bloodline. The hatred in their voices was suffocating. But what angered Wei Long the most was what came next. Unlike you, the other Anir broken bar, the true Anir broken bar. The misty figures turned their gazes downward. Wei Long did not need to follow their sight to know who they were speaking about. The white dragon, the so-called pure one. Despite being newly born, it already commands the beasts of this wretched land. Despite being tainted by the abyss, its noble blood remains dominant. It is proving its worth, its supremacy. The right of the true descendants of our clan. Unlike you, filthy impure, who wallows in the dirt, feasting like a starving rodent. Unlike you, a mistake, a failure. Unlike you, who should not exist. Wei Long's eyes narrowed. His blood boiled, but not with anger. He did not rage, he did not snarl. Instead, he smiled. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his head and spoke. Hello, old ones of the higher realms. The misty faces froze. Wei Long's voice slithered through the air, calm, steady, and entirely unbothered. What happened to the others? Silence. You know a broken bar, the ones I dragged down with me? The ones I dragged from the heavens into the dirt? The misty faces shifted violently. They were shocked. Wei Long chuckled. How are they? Did they survive? Or did they break like brittle glass? The two ancient beings stared at him. We're broken bar, you can hear us? Their disbelief was palpable. Wei Long smirked. Of course I can. Why? The pure ones can't? He let the words sink in. And Thena, he laughed. Aha, broken bar, am I really the impure one then? Because it seems to me, I'm more than they will ever be. The mist howled in response. They spat out their fury, their insults, their hatred in an endless storm. You are nothing but a stain, a filthy creature crawling where it does not belong. A disgusting, wretched mutation. Even now, you taint this land with your existence. You should have been erased from the beginning. A beast should remain a beast. You think you are something greater? You are not. You are a mere speck, a mistake, an impure existence that should have been slaughtered the moment it drew breath. Do not mistake survival for worth. Filth. No matter what you do, no matter how much you fight, no matter how much you struggle, you will always be below, because you are not pure. Wei Long grinned. He let them speak. Let them spit their venom. Let them drown themselves in their hatred. And Thena. When the storm faded into ragged fury, Wei Long tilted his head, and whispered, Don't worry. The mist tensed. Wei Long's voice was low, unhurried, absolute. I'll visit him. The mist froze. A broken bar and this impure one will devour that shitty pure one. The world went silent. Garuahaha. Barahahaha. The laughter erupted like a violent storm, shaking the very air around Wei Long. It started as a chuckle, a cruel and mocking sound, before growing into an overwhelming cacophony that reverberated across the dark sky. Wei Long narrowed his reptilian eyes, his thick brow knitting together. His tail twitched once, twice, but he did not speak. He simply watched. The two mist-like figures above, their forms barely distinguishable, seemed amused beyond words. Their laughter was filled with contempt, mockery, and derision, as if they had just heard the most pathetic joke in the entire universe. Ha 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 ha, Thesa, this thing still has the audacity to stand before us and say he will eat a pure one. What an absolute joke. This filthy impure one, still breathing, still thinking it holds some kind of worth. Pathetic, absolutely laughable. Their words dripped with venom, each syllable crushing and humiliating, as if they sought to break him down with sheer verbal assault alone. Do you not understand, little abomination? You are not our equal, you are not even our lesser. You are beneath notice. A stain on our bloodline, a failure of nature. You, who still lingers in the pitiful awakening realm. What an insult to even call you a dragon. Wei Long's eyes glowed with an eerie light. but he remained silent. He did not react, did not lash out. He simply listened. While you rot in your stagnation, the one in the abyssal demon continent, oh, that one is thriving. Their tone shifted, from scornful to reverent. Ah, the true one, the pure one, the one whose blood remains untainted, the one who has already surpassed this lowly realm. That one has already stepped into the initial stage of Chi adaptation realm. While you, still crawling in the dirt, Wei Long's claws dug into the ground. He knew it. He had felt it. His territorial innate ability had been stagnating. The moment he no longer had worthy opponents, his strength had stopped growing. He had fallen back to the initial stage of awakening realm. But that other Aeneer, the pure Aeneer, had already stepped ahead. And you dare speak as if you are its equal? You, a thing that needs to rely on lesser beasts to grow stronger, while the true one commands them. You, who struggles for scraps, while the true one is already ascending. You, who had to drag others into the lower realm, while the true one was born superior. Wei Long's breathing was calm, controlled. But deep within his golden eyes, a fire began to burn. The misty figures continued their endless praises of the white dragon in the abyssal demon continent. It is magnificent. It is glorious, a being that even the abyss could not taint. It has already begun to build its throne among the abyssal beasts, taming them, bending them to its will. Unlike this thing before us, who still scurries and hides, feeding off the scraps of lesser creatures. Wei Long let them talk. Let them sing their endless praises. Let them revel in their delusions. And then, the air changed. A presence appeared in front of Wei Long. A thing that reeked of death, corruption, and madness. Wei Long slowly turned his head. Standing before him was a fox, or at least, what was left of one. Its body was almost skeletal, its fur nothing more than patches of matted decay. Its eyes burned with an eerie, soulless light, and its very existence reeked of demonic Tao essence. The land around it withered. The air became heavy, suffocating. The mist-like figures above laughed once more. Look at this. A true test for an impure one. We wonder, can you even survive? They sneered. We bet you will die here. And then, they bestowed something upon the skeletal fox. A dark light descended from the heavens, wrapping around the abomination, seeping into its very bones. The fox twitched, then shook. Then, its aura exploded. A howl of pure corruption tore through the air. Demonic Tao essence surged like a tidal wave, flooding the land, corrupting everything in its path. The earth beneath Wei Long's feet cracked. The trees withered. The sky darkened. The fox's lifeless eyes locked onto Wei Long. The misty figures above grinned. Oh, what fun. Now, let us see. How long will the impure one last? And with that, the skeletal fox attacked. It was a blur of decayed fur and corrupting essence, its fangs dripping with pure malice. Wei Long braced himself from incoming foe. And then, impact. A bone-crushing force slammed into his chest, sending a shockwave through his entire body. Wei Long's vision blurred. His claws dug into the cracked earth, his massive dinosaur form skidding back. The ground beneath him split apart, his tail whipping through the air as he tried to steady himself. But before he could react, the fox was already there. Bam! A sharp, clawed paw smashed into his ribs. Wei Long felt the bones crack. Pain exploded through his side. Crack! Another strike. A devastating tail whip smashed into his back, sending him hurtling through the air like a broken doll. His body crashed into a jagged boulder, shattering it into rubble. Dust and debris clouded the air. Wei Long's vision spun. His chest heaved. His scales were cracked. Dark bruises formed instantly. And yet, he did not fall. He stood, slowly, steadily. Pain roared through his body, but he ignored it. His breathing was deep, controlled. His golden eyes burned. The skeletal fox snarled, its body flickering like a specter of death. Its demonic aura grew wilder, stronger, fiercer. It lunged again. And again. It struck. Bam! A paw slammed into Wei Long's jaw. Crack! A kick sent him flying. Thud! His body hit the ground violently. And still he rose. The misty figures above, their faces distorted in amusement, laughed once more. Look at this. Struggling. Pathetic. Impure and foolish. Even now, you refuse to fall? For what? You are nothing but a waste of scales and blood, a disgrace to the heavens, a failure of nature, a mistake that should have been erased the moment it was born. Wei Long ignored them. The fox struck again, and again, and again. Each blow was vicious, merciless, devastating. Wei Long's body was battered, bruised, torn. But he did not yield. He did not collapse. He stood, tall, unyielding. The misty figures grew agitated. Why does he not fall? Why does he still stand? Why does he not break? Wei Long smirked. A drop of his own blood dripped from his jaw. His eyes locked onto the fox. And then, slap! The skeletal fox's head jerked violently to the side. Wei Long had barely moved, yet his clawed hand had connected. A sharp, crisp sound echoed through the battlefield. The fox staggered. Wei Long's smirk widened. "Is that all?" the fox growled. It charged. Wei Long stood still. The fox clawed. Wei Long did not flinch. The fox bit. Wei Long laughed. "This is it? This is the power of your so-called superior creation." The misty figures froze. The fox attacked wildly, desperately, frantically. Wei Long let it. Pathetic. The skeletal fox howled. Wei Long tilted his head. And then, slap! The fox was sent flying. Its body tumbled through the air, before crashing onto the ground with a heavy thud. Wei Long stepped forward. His golden eyes glowed. He grinned. "I repeat, is that all the two of you got?" The misty figures in the sky froze. Their swirling, half-formed faces twisted in sheer disbelief. The skeletal folks of their so-called blessed Nia was supposed to be invincible to an impure beast of the lower realm. And yet, this very moment a broken bar. It lay in the dirt. Defeated, twitching from the brutal beating it received. Impossibly broken bar. We granted it heaven's essence. It should be unparalleled in this realm. And yet a broken bar beaten a broken bar by this lowly filth. Wei Long smirked. His clawed foot pressed lazily onto the fox's head, pinning it to the ground. He applied just enough pressure to make it struggle uselessly beneath him, its demonic energy flickering like a dying ember. "Come on, old ones." Wei Long's voice dripped with amusement. "You gave it all that power, and it still couldn't put up a fight?" The misty figures trembled in rage. The swirling smoke darkened, their forms growing more unstable. "You impure filth! How dare you mock us?" Wei Long grinned wider. "Mock you? Oh, no, no. Number, I wouldn't dare." He lifted his foot slightly, letting the skeletal fox scramble back up. Then, with a casual flick of his tailor, bam! The fox went flying again. It crashed into a boulder, shattering it to dust. Wei Long yawned. Now that was just embarrassing. The misty figures seethed. The very air trembled as their fury reached a boiling point. "Enough. If a mere peak awakening stage is not enough, then we shall take it even further." Boom! A torrent of power surged from the heavens. The skeletal fox's broken body lurched upright. Its demonic aura flared violently, expanding into an overwhelming storm. Crimson mist coiled around its form, its decayed flesh regenerating, its once brittle bones reinforced with pure abyssal power. Wei Long raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" His golden eyes flickered with genuine curiosity. The fox's presence, a broken bar, shifted. No longer just a beast of the awakening realm, it had been forced into the realm under Chi adaptation. Now a broken bar, you stand on equal ground with the pure one. "Impure beast, let's see if you can withstand this." Wei Long's expression remained unfazed. The skeletal fox roared. Boom! The very ground shattered beneath its feet. As it lunged faster, stronger, more ferocious. Wei Long stood still. The fox's claws slashed down. Crack! A direct hit. Wei Long did not move. The fox paused. Confusion flickered in its burning eyes. Wei Long tilted his head. Then, in the most deadpan tone possible, "Hey, are you too serious?" The misty figures froze. The fox trembled. Wei Long sighed. "This is what you hyped up? You called this equal to the pure one?" He lifted a claw and flicked the fox's forehead. Boom! The fox was blasted backward, tumbling through the air before crashing into the rubble once again. A deep silence fell over the battlefield. Wei Long crossed his arms. "Disappointing. I was expecting something more." The misty figures snapped. "Impure wretch, enough of this mockery. You should not even exist." Their voices shook the heavens. Their smoky forms twisted violently, their rage spilling into reality. Their gazes shifted. They saw it. The surrounding demonic beasts. Lesser creatures, crawling with weak, diluted demonic Tao essence. Ha ha, broken by yes. Yes. If this filth refuses to break, then we shall erase it completely. The air grew heavy, the ground shuddered. It was faint at first, a mere tremor. But then rumble. The earth split. The trees withered. The sky dimmed. More and more beasts emerged from the shadows, one by one, two by two, dozens, hundreds, thousands. Each one radiating power. Each one as strong as the fox. Purge the impure one. A deafening howl erupted from the monstrous army. Their bloodlust spiked, their fangs bared. Wei Long's golden eyes glowed. His tail flicked. A slow, excited grin spread across his face. Now that's more like it. These are broken bar. This is a real challenge. His aura exploded. The battle was about to begin. Kill him, soon, the beasts roared. The instant the command was given, the monstrous horde sprang forward like a tidal wave of flesh and fangs. Boom! The ground shook violently. Hundreds, thousands. A swarm of monstrous beasts, each one as strong as the skeletal fox, if not stronger, lunged at Wei Long from all directions. Their glowing red eyes burned with murderous intent. Their bodies twisted with demonic Tao essence, brimming with corruption and malice. Claws, fangs, spiked tails, poisonous tendrils. They came in all forms. Some moved with inhuman speed, their bodies blurring as they slashed at him from impossible angles. Some burrowed underground, erupting beneath his feet to strike at his unprotected underbelly. Some launched deadly ranged attacks, hurling corrosive black flames and acidic projectiles that could melt boulders into nothing. Wei Long stood his ground. His golden eyes flickered. The first wave of attacks landed. Slash, crack, boom. Claws raked against his scales. Teeth tried to sink into his flesh. Deadly energy struck his body like a rain of swords. Buta. Nothing. Wei Long did not budge. He stood completely unfazed, his scales absorbing the onslaught like a fortress of living steel. The beasts snarled in frustration. They attacked again, and again, and again. But no matter how much force they put behind their strikers, no matter how many of them lunged at Onsia, Wei Long remained standing. He grinned. "TSK. Is this all?" The beasts paused, a moment of hesitation. Then, a change in tactics. The entire horde suddenly halted their attacks. Wei Long blinked. Instead of attacking, the monstrous tide began piling onto him, one after another. Layer upon layer. Hundreds, then thousands. A mountain of beasts began forming on top of his body, pressing down with sheer, suffocating weight. Thud, thud, thud. Wei Long's vision darkened as he was slowly buried beneath their endless numbers. HMPH. Clever. They weren't trying to harm him anymore. They were trying to bury him alive, trying to drown him in their combined weight, trying to suffocate him, not with power but with sheer numbers. The two misty figures above laughed. Finally, the impure one is silent. Yes, yes, struggle, you wretched creature. Let your filthy bloodline be buried here. Wei Long smirked. Even as the weight pressed harder and harder, even as his movement became restricted, even as the demonic beasts piled on endlessly, he wasn't worried. "You think this is enough?" His golden eyes burned. "You think you can stop me with this pathetic trick?" He looked up. Even with the weight crushing down, he could still see the two misty faces floating above, watching him with cruel amusement. "TCH. You two really think you can control this battlefield, don't you? Fine. Let's make you disappointed." Then, Wei Long opened his mouth, and he bit down. Crunch. A massive lizard-like beast was the first to be devoured. The moment its flesh entered his mouth, Wei Long felt it. The pure, condensed essence of demonic Tao surging into his body, strengthening him, empowering him. His eyes gleamed. "Oh, this tastes pretty good. Guess I'll just eat every single one of you." Chomp. Another one. Crack. Another. RIP. Another. Wei Long began devouring them at an absurd rate. One by one, two by two. Then, by the dozens. His jaws tore through flesh and bone effortlessly. His fangs ripped through creatures like paper. He swallowed them whole, absorbing their essence in an endless cycle of devouring and strengthening. The demonic beasts realized too late. "I am possibly broken bar. He's eating them. He's consuming their power. Stop him." But it was already too late. Wei Long's energy surged. The mountain of beasts began to dwindle, faster, faster, faster. Every second, dozens more vanished into his jaws. The two misty figures began to panic. No, this is all wrong. He's supposed to be buried. Why is he getting stronger? But there was nothing they could do. Their perfect plan was falling apart before their very eyes. The numbers that were supposed to crush Wei Long were now fueling him instead. The once impenetrable wall of beasts was thinning. The horde was no longer an overwhelming flooder, but a mere drizzle. And the last one fell. A final beast, to an enormous serpent twisted with abyssal energy, was the last to remain. It coiled back, trembling, its demonic energy flickering weakly. Wei Long licked his lips. Thanks for the meal. And with fatter chomp, the last beast was gone. The battlefield was now empty. Wei Long stood alone, stronger than ever. His golden eyes burned as he looked up. His smirk was taunting. Hey, what can the two of you do now? The misty figures were speechless. They trembled. They seethed. Why, we're broken bar, you impure filth. Wei Long chuckled. Come on, old ones. Try again. Let's see what else you got. The misty figures boiled with rage. The entire sky rumbled violently. Wei Long watched them with amusement. But the misty figures suddenly, a broken bar vanished. Wei Long's eyes narrowed. A deep silence fell. And the entire world went eerily still. Something was coming or not. The two misty figures hovered in the air, their forms flickering as though they were struggling to maintain their presence in the lower realm. Their swirling forms twisted and coiled like snakes in the sky, their expressions unreadable, but the tone of their voices carried clear contempt. The scourge is near this place, one of them murmured, their voice reverberating through the air like an ancient curse. Yes, the scourge, the second figure whispered, their tone laced with both dread and cruel satisfaction. The most evil existence in this wretched lower realm. The thing that was never meant to be encountered by something as lowly as you. Wei Long stood firm, his golden eyes glinting with curiosity rather than fear. The scourge? Something so terrible that even these arrogant beings were willing to use it as a last resort? His tail flicked slightly, his blood stirring with excitement. This being was crafted for a single purpose, the first mist declared, their tone carrying the weight of ancient history. It was forged from the vilest energies of this realm, born from a convergence of hatred, malice, and destruction itself. The scourge exists to test the Purons, or to serve as a divine obstacle in their path to ascension. The second mist let out a dark, hollow chuckle. You should feel honored, filth. You will meet this entity before your pitiful existence is erased. You forced our hand, and now it will awaken. Wei Long's lips curled into a grin. Oh? So, you're saying I should be grateful? Ha! If it exists to test the pure ones, then I suppose that means I'll get a real challenge. The mists swirled violently, as if agitated by his defiant tone. Your arrogance knows no bounds, impure wretch. But do not worry. Your foolish words will be swallowed by the abyss soon enough. The scourge does not know mercy. It does not know restraint. It only knows annihilation. As the last syllable left their ghostly mouths, the air shifted. Wei Long's sharp instincts immediately sensed the change. Something was wrong. The oppressive auras of the two figures were beginning to wane, their energy being drained as though they had poured it into something far greater than themselves. Wei Long murmured, his smirk widening. You two are weakening. So, calling on this so-called scourge comes at a cost, does it? Interesting. The two figures faltered for a moment before regaining their composure. You will not be smirking for long. The moment it arrives, your fate will be sealed. With that final declaration, the two misty figures flickered one last time and then disappeared, dissipating into the sky like smoke caught in a strong wind. Their departure left an eerie silence in their wake, one that did not last for long. Wei Long exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders, his anticipation growing by the second. Let's see what this scourge is. Show me. The first sign of its arrival was a tremor beneath his feet. It started as a weak vibration, subtle enough that only someone with the beast's heightened senses would notice it. Wei Long's golden eyes flickered downward, his claws scraping lightly against the dirt as he felt the movement below. The tremor intensified. The ground beneath him quivered, then pulsed like the heartbeat of some slumbering giant. The trees surrounding him swayed unnaturally, their roots groaning as though the earth itself was being disturbed from a deep, ancient sleep. Then came the distant, rhythmic pounding. Boom, boom, boom. It was slow at first, like a drumbeat echoing from deep underground. But with each passing second, the sound grew heavier, deeper, more ominous. The tremors beneath him matched the rhythm, growing stronger with every pulse, every beat, sending loose stones rattling and cracks spreading across the ground. Wei Long's breathing was steady, but his blood was surging. This was different. This wasn't just some overgrown demonic beast. This was something else entirely. The sky above dimmed, as through the very heavens were reacting to the presence of this approaching entity. The once vivid demonic energy in the air thickened, condensing into something heavier, more primal, more malevolent. Wei Long could almost taste it on his tongue, a raw, undiluted form of destruction. The ground beneath his feet split. A massive fissure tore through the battlefield, jagged and deep, as if the world itself was trying to flee from what was coming. Darkness festered within that abyss, tendrils of black mist curling upward like grasping fingers. Boom. The pounding grew faster. The tremors now shook the entire land. The distant mountain peaks trembled, and the earth heaved violently. Loose boulders rolled from cliff sides, crashing down in massive landslides. Even the air itself felt heavier, denser, as though some invisible force was pressing down on reality itself. Wei Long remained standing tall, his claws flexing. His body was buzzing, his instincts screaming that something massive was coming. Something not born of this world. Something that should not exist. And then a shadow appeared. It was distant at first, hazy against the trembling horizon. But even from afar, Wei Long could tell it was enormous. Bigger than any beast he had ever seen in this realm. Bigger than the strongest monsters he had ever devoured. Its silhouette was vast, towering, its form wrapped in an aura of deep, abyssal darkness that devoured light itself. Wei Long's eyes widened slightly as he took in the outline. He recognized it instantly. A dinosaur. But not just any dinosaur. A being whose sheer presence dwarfed the skeletal fox, the horde of demonic beasts, and everything else he had faced in this realm. Its eyes burned with ancient, malignant wisdom. Its body radiated unfathomable power. Each step it took sent shockwaves through the land, and the air around it crackled with barely contained destruction. Wei Long's heart pounded in his chest, not with fear, but with sheer, unrestrained excitement. The scourge had arrived. But Wei Long's face would suddenly change, and then it would go from curiosity to speechless, and then anger. Wei Long's golden eyes gleamed as he stared at the massive dinosaur before him. The sheer size of this so-called scourge was unlike any beast he had encountered in this lower realm. Its scales were dark with streaks of red running through them, pulsating as if the creature's entire body was brimming with raw, chaotic power. What stood out the most, however, was its gaze. It wasn't filled with mindless bloodlust like most demonic beasts. No, there was something eerily calm about this dinosaur, a sense of purpose that made it far more dangerous than just another mindless brute. Wei Long exhaled, shaking his head. Another dinosaur? What the heck? The scourge tilted its head, its deep, guttural voice vibrating through the air. Huh? You can speak? Wei Long smirked. Of course, I can. You're the so-called scourge those two old bastards were talking about? The other dinosaur's tail swayed slightly as it took a slow step forward. Yes, that's what they call me. I was awakened to complete a purpose. I must cleanse impurities. Wei Long arched a brow. Cleanse impurities? That's a fancy way of saying cause chaos. But let me ask you something. Do you even know who you are? For the first time, the scourge hesitated. It blinked, then furrowed its scaled brow. A broken bar who I am? Wei Long snorted. Yeah, you heard me. Those two idiots from the higher realm clearly sent you here with a mission. But do you actually know where you came from? What you're supposed to be? The scourge remained silent for a long time. Then, as if deep within its primal instincts, it began searching for an answer. Yeah, broken bar, I don't know. I only remember waking up. A voice told me to listen, to destroy the impure, to follow the call. Wei Long crossed his arms. And you just obeyed, huh? No questions asked? The other dinosaur's expression darkened. I was created for this. I exist to fulfill my purpose. The strong do not question their purpose. Wei Long couldn't help but laugh. Wow, you really swallowed that whole, huh? Listen, buddy. I've been around long enough to know that people who say they don't question things are either too weak to think for themselves or too scared of what they might find. He cracked his knuckles, his sharp claws gleaming under the dim sky. But I'll give you a chance. Instead of blindly following those geezers, why don't you think for yourself? What do you actually want to do? The Scourge stared at him for a moment. Then, a slow, toothy grin spread across its face. I want to fight. Wei Long grinned back. Now that's more like it. The ground trembled slightly as the Scourge took a step back. But I don't fight alone. Wei Long's smirk faded slightly as he saw the dinosaur tilt its head upward. A deep, rumbling growl echoed from within its throat, and suddenly, the very air trembled. At first, it was fainter, just a subtle shift in the surroundings, a distortion of the already heavy demonic Tao essence. Then, something stirred in the distance. Wei Long's sharp senses picked it up immediately. The first creature emerged from the dense shadows of the corrupted forest, a massive, twisted wolf-like beast with dark crimson fur and multiple glowing eyes that swirled with demonic essence. Wei Long narrowed his eyes. Oh, that's new. Before he could even fully analyze the beast, another one stepped forward. Then another. Then another. From the depths of the forest, they came. Twisted and monstrous, yet disciplined in their movement. Some resembled creatures he had encountered before, but others were beyond anything he had ever seen. Massive horned apes covered in pulsating runes, six-legged reptilian creatures with elongated jaws, winged creatures that radiated an eerie, sickly glow. Wei Long clicked his tongue. You sure brought a party. The Scourge smirked. They are my pack, my army. Wei Long cracked his neck, rolling his shoulders as his golden scales shimmered slightly. You know, this isn't fair. You should have just fought me one-on-one. The Scourge let out a low chuckle. You are strong, but you are alone. A ruler does not fight alone. He leads. Wei Long's expression darkened for a moment before his lips curled into a feral grin. Well then, I guess I'll just have to kill all of them before I get to you. The beasts surrounding the Scourge roared as their auras flared, the demonic Tao essence thickening to an almost suffocating degree. The ground trembled once more, and the corrupted sky above darkened even further. The Scourge took one last step forward, lowering its massive head as it stared directly into Wei Long's eyes. Are you ready? It asked. Wei Long grinned, his tail swishing behind him. You have no idea. Then took in a deep breath, feeling the energy of the battlefield crackling in the air around him. His heart pounded, not from fear, but from pure exhilaration. His claws flexed, his tail swayed, and a wild grin stretched across his face. The moment the beasts before him roared and lunged forward, Wei Long moved. His body blurred, disappearing from where he stood and reappearing midair, above the first of his attackers. A twisted, six-legged reptilian beast snapped its jagged fangs toward him, its mouth dripping with corrosive demonic chi. Wei Long didn't dodge it. Instead, he let the beast lunge just close enough before he twisted his body midair, slamming his tail into the creature's jaw with a devastating force. The impact sent it skidding across the battlefield, crashing through several of its own allies. Wei Long landed with a powerful thud, sinking his claws into the earth. He barely had a moment to breathe before a massive ape-like creature covered in glowing runes swung its massive fist toward him. Wei Long lifted a single-clawed hand and caught the strike. The ground beneath him cracked and trembled from the sheer force, but he held his ground. His smirk deepened. Not bad, he muttered before twisting his grip and flipping the ape over his shoulder, sending it crashing into a group of charging beasts. The battlefield erupted into pure chaos. Beasts of all shapes and sizes rushed at him, their demonic auras merging into a suffocating wave of power. Wei Long reveled in it. He dodged, twisted, and counterattacked with brutal efficiency. Every claw strike tore through thick hides, every tail whip sent bodies flying, and every stomp shattered bones beneath his feet. A shadow loomed over him as a massive winged creature dove from above, its razor-sharp talons aiming straight for his neck. Wei Long barely glanced up before he lunged forward instead of retreating. The moment the beast thought it had him, Wei Long spun midair and latched onto one of its talons, flipping himself onto its back. With a wicked grin, he dug his claws deep into its flesh and rode it down as it screeched in agony, crashing violently into the ground. More came. A monstrous wolf, its fur bristling with dark flames, lunged at him with unnatural speed. Wei Long met it head-on, allowing its fangs to get close before grabbing it by the throat and slamming it into the dirt. Before the wolf could recover, Wei Long stomped down on its skull, crushing it instantly. A horde of smaller creatures swarmed around him, some resembling twisted versions of beasts he had encountered before, others completely foreign to this world. Wei Long grinned. The sheer number of them was overwhelming, but that only made the fight more fun. He tore through them like a hurricane, his golden claws gleaming with every slash. He ducked under a swipe, countered with an elbow strike, then spun, whipping his tail into another beast's ribs, sending it flying. Blood and demonic chi splattered everywhere, the battlefield now nothing more than a slaughterhouse with Wei Long at the center. Every time he killed one, another took its place. But that only fueled his excitement. A massive serpent coiled around him, attempting to squeeze the life from his body. Wei Long let it tighten, feeling the pressure around his ribs. He chuckled. Nice grip. Then, with a sudden burst of power, he flexed his muscles and shattered the serpent's hold. Before it could slither away, he grabbed its head and slammed it into the ground repeatedly until its skull caved in. More beasts lunged at him from all directions. Wei Long let out a wild laugh, his golden eyes gleaming as he embraced the battle. He became a blur of destruction, his movements fluid yet devastating, like a predator that had been waiting for this moment all its life. It went on and on. He fought. He slaughtered. He dominated. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he stood amidst the carnage, surrounded by broken bodies and pools of dark blood. His golden scales were stained, his breathing was heavy, but his grin never faded. He looked up at the scourge. Is there more? Wei Long asked, his voice carrying an eager edge. The scourge smirked. There's more. Suddenly, the battlefield trembled. Wei Long frowned slightly as he felt a shift in the air. The corpses surrounding him, the very ones he had just finished tearing apart, twitched. Their broken limbs jerked unnaturally. Then, one by one, they began to rise. Wei Long's golden eyes gleamed as he watched the battlefield shift. The once motionless bodies twitched, jerked, and trembled as dark energy pulsed through them. The beasts he had just slain are beasts that had fallen beneath his claws, tail, and fangs. They were no longer corpses, they were rising once more, their bodies reanimated by an unseen force. At first, it was slow. A twitching claw here, a flickering tail there. Then, all at once, the battlefield erupted in unnatural movement. Limbs snapped into place with sickening cracks, gaping wounds stitched together with dark, pulsating energy, and lifeless eyes burned with eerie demonic light. Wei Long exhaled sharply, rolling his shoulders as the revived horde surrounded him. Oh? You geese still have some fight left in you? His voice carried amusement, but his muscles tensed in anticipation. The first to lunge at him was the massive serpent he had crushed earlier. Its skull, once caved in, was now whole again, but something was different. Its scales were darker, its fangs longer, dripping with even more potent venom. It struck with terrifying speed, its enormous body coiling through the air like a shadow cutting through the void. Wei Long reacted instantly. Instead of dodging, he allowed the serpent's fangs to graze his scales, feeling the sting of its poison. His grin widened. Still too weak. He grabbed the snake midair, twisting its body violently until bones snapped under his grip. With a single motion, he slammed it into the ground, shattering the earth beneath them. The serpent convulsed, its mouth gaping in silent agony before it stopped moving again. Before he could enjoy his victory, 3 beasts charged at him from behind. A wolf wreathed in dark flames, the rune-covered ape, and a massive, armor-plated lizard. They moved faster than before, their attacks more synchronized, as if guided by an unseen hand. Wei Long barely tilted his head as the wolf lunged, its flaming jaws snapping inches from his throat. He twisted, letting the beast's momentum carry it past him, then kicked it into the charging ape. The two collided with a thunderous impact, tumbling into the dirt. The armored lizard, however, was already upon him. Its massive tail swung with enough force to split boulders, aiming straight for his ribs. Wei Long braced himself and took the hit directly. The impact sent him skidding backward, his claws digging into the earth to slow himself. The lizard's red eyes gleamed with cruel intelligence. Wei Long smirked, shaking off the impact. Now that was a good hit. He cracked his neck, his tail flicking behind him. But let's see if you can handle mine. He moved. One moment, he was standing still. The next, he was beneath the lizard, his claws tearing into its underbelly with savage precision. The beast let out a pain roar, but Wei Long didn't stop. With a powerful heave, he lifted the enormous creature and slammed it into the ground with such force that the earth trembled violently. But they just kept coming. The wolf, now more enraged than ever, sprinted at him again, flames crackling wildly. The ape, its runes glowing with intensified energy, followed closely behind. More and more revived beasts surrounded him, their eyes burning with hatred, their movements sharper, faster, stronger. Wei Long laughed. Good. Keep coming. He moved like a whirlwind of destruction. Every strike was met with equal force, every dodge was perfectly timed, and every counterattack shattered bones and ruptured flesh. He tore through them relentlessly, not stopping even when claw marks marred his scales, or when he felt the searing heat of demonic flames licking at his body. A clawed beast tried to pin him down. He twisted, grabbing its arm and ripping it from its socket before slamming it into another enemy. A flying creature dived at him, its beak aiming for his skull. Wei Long leapt, catching it midair and twisting its neck before hurling it into the burning wolf. But no matter how many he killed, they just kept coming. He soon realized that it wasn't just their bodies that had revived, their power had increased too. Every time one fell, it returned stronger, its wounds healing almost instantly. Wei Long narrowed his eyes. So that's how it is. He took a deep breath, his golden scales flickering as he steadied himself. Then I just have to kill you faster than you can revive. He surged forward, his body a blur. His claws became blades of death, slicing through muscle and bone. His tail crushed spines, his jaws snapped through thick hides, and his movements became more ruthless, more precise. Yet, even as he fought, a realization crept into his mind that this wouldn't end. The beasts weren't just mindless corpses, they were regenerating at an unnatural speed, their bodies no longer bound by normal life and death. This wasn't a battle he could win by sheer endurance alone. Wei Long's eyes flickered toward the fellow dinosaur, the one who had summoned this horde. The scourge. His smirk returned. So that's how it is, huh? He ignored the beasts surrounding him, letting their attacks graze him as he set his sights on his true target. He crouched, gathering his strength, then shot forward with explosive speed. The scourge barely had time to react before Wei Long was upon him. Wei Long's claws tore through the scourge's throat, ripping out a chunk of flesh drenched in thick, black ichor. The monstrous dinosaur let out a strangled roar, its massive body convulsing before finally collapsing with a thunderous crash. Dust and debris exploded into the air, and for a brief moment, the battlefield stood still. Wei Long exhaled, shaking blood off his claws. Ha ha, broken bar, that was fun. His golden eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he loomed over the fallen beast. The scourge's body lay motionless, dark energy crackling along its wounds, but it did not rise. Without hesitation, he turned to the remaining horde. Now than a broken bar, the army of corrupted beasts still surrounded him, their demonic Tao-infused eyes staring with unrelenting hatred. They did not waver. Even as their leader had fallen, they remained steadfast, their killing intent as sharp as ever. Wei Long grinned. Guess I'll have to kill every last one of you. And so, the massacre began anew. He became a storm of destruction. His claws carved through muscle, his fangs tore into throats, his tail shattered bones. Every movement was precise, every strike absolute. He weaved through the battlefield, dodging attacks with effortless grace while delivering devastating blows that sent beasts flying. A demonic lion lunged, its corrupted aura flaring. Wei Long caught it midair, twisting its head with a sickening snap before tossing its lifeless body into a charging bull-like beast. The two collided, toppling over like broken dolls. Another enemy approached, a massive centipede, its body lined with razor-sharp spines dripping with venom. Wei Long dodged its lunging bite and grabbed its segmented body, slamming it repeatedly into the ground until it was nothing more than a pulp mess. But no matter how many he killed, The army did not dwindle. More and more fell beneath his relentless assault. Wolves, apes, serpents, birds of prey, each one met its brutal end at his hands. The earth was soaked in black ichor, the battlefield littered with mangled corpses. Then, he felt it. A shift. A presence. Wei Long stopped mid-motion, his instincts screaming at him. Something was wrong. His golden eyes flickered toward the scourge's corpse. That's when he saw them. Black blobs. They slithered out from the corpses of the fallen beasts, writhing like living shadows. Tendrils of darkness curled and pulsed, gathering together like rivers of ink, moving toward a singular pointer. The scourge's body. Wei Long's breath hitched. The inky mass crawled over the dead dinosaur's wounds, sinking into its flesh, merging with its bones. The scourge's massive form twitched. Dark energy flared, stronger than before. The deep wounds he had inflicted began to close. Flesh mended, bones realigned. Eyes that had once been dull reignited with eerie brilliance. It moved. Wei Long's pupils shrank. The scourge let out a guttural snarl, pushing itself off the ground. Its body pulsed with raw demonic energy, stronger than before, as if reborn anew. Wei Long had killed it. He had crushed its throat, shattered its core. And yet, it was back. Wei Long's expression darkened. So that's how it is a broken bar. His gaze snapped to the battlefield around him. The horde of beasts he had slain moments ago. Broken bar. They too were stirring. One by one, their broken bodies twitched. Their wounds, fatal just moments before, began to knit together, black tendrils crawling through their flesh. Lifeless eyes reignited, muscles convulsed, bodies moved. They were coming back. All of them. Wei Long watched, frozen. Realization dawned upon him. The cycle. Every beast he killed, their energy, their essence, it all fed the scourge. And when the scourge revived, it brought the army back with it. Endless. No matter how many he killed, no matter how hard he fought, they would always return. Wei Long's breath came slow. His tail flicked. His claws curled. For the first time in a long while, he stood still. Wei Long's eyes narrowed as he processed the situation. Killing the scourge alone wasn't enough. As long as its army remained, those black blobs of essence would always find their way back, reviving it over and over again. He needed a new approach. His golden pupils flickered with a cold glint. If the scourge couldn't revive without absorbing the essence of its fallen army, a broken bar, then what if there was no army left to revive? A grin spread across his bloodied snout. Fine, he muttered, flexing his claws. I'll erase every single one of you first, down to the last piece of flesh. With a deep breath, he focused. His powerful limbs tensed, his muscles coiled, and in the blink of an eye he vanished. A sonic boom erupted. Wei Long reappeared within the horde, his claws already sinking into the skull of the nearest beast, a mutated wolf with two heads. Its eyes flickered with demonic malice, but before it could react, Wei Long tore through its spine, ripping its body in half. Dark blood splattered across the battlefield, and the moment the corpse hit the ground, he was already moving again. A demonic boar with tusks lined with poison lunged at him. Wei Long sidestepped, grabbed its throat, and with a simple squeeze, crack, its windpipe shattered. The beast collapsed, gurgling. A serpent, its scales pulsating with dark energy, slithered toward him at an unnatural speed. Its fangs extended, dripping venom, but Wei Long was faster. He clamped down on its head, lifted its entire body, and swung it like a whip, smashing 5 other beasts into the dirt with enough force to send shockwaves rippling through the air. His claws and fangs worked in tandem, cutting down one beast after another in a brutal, methodical slaughter. He didn't just kill them, he destroyed them, making sure there was nothing left to revive. Limbs were torn off, heads were crushed, bodies were shredded beyond recognition. Yet, despite his speed, the numbers were endless. Wei Long crushed a charging rhino-like creature, but before he could move on to the next, another wave of beasts surged forward, blocking his path. They came from all sides, surrounding him like a tidal wave of corruption. Wei Long's breathing remained steady, his gaze sharp. I see, he muttered to himself. Even if I kill them, they're buying time for that thing to recover. His eyes flickered toward the scourge. Even as he massacred the army, the black blobs still found their way toward it. The process was slower than before, but it was still happening. Wei Long's tail lashed out, whipping through the air like a blade. It sliced through the legs of a monstrous ape, sending it tumbling to the ground, shrieking. Without missing a beat, he stomped on its head, crushing it instantly. More beasts came. Wei Long dodged, weaved, struck, and killed. He was an unstoppable force, tearing through the horde like a storm of death. But the realization was beginning to sink in. Even at his speed, even with his strength, it wasn't enough. The black blobs were still reaching the scourge. He gritted his teeth, frustration bubbling beneath his composed exterior. Fine. He needed to change his approach again. If killing the army first wasn't fast enough, then he would have to eliminate the scourge the instant after taking down the last beast. His tail flicked, and his claws curled into fists. He had to time it perfectly. Taking a deep breath, he focused his senses. His golden eyes darted across the battlefield, memorizing the position of every beast, the movements of the blobs, the pulse of demonic energy. Then, he moved. His strikes became even more precise, more efficient. He tore through flesh and bone with deadly accuracy, leaving behind nothing but mangled remains. One by one, the beasts fell. And just as the last corrupted beast collapsed, just as the last breath left its body, Wei Long moved. He launched himself at the scourge, faster than lightning, faster than sound. His claws gleamed with raw destructive energy, aimed straight for the monster's heart. He would kill it before the cycle could repeat. But just as his attack was about to land, something changed. The moment his claws touched the scourge's body, the black blobs, they accelerated faster than before. Wei Long's eyes widened. The moment he had cleared the battlefield, the blobs had surged toward the scourge at an unnatural speed. They didn't crawl. They rushed. Wei Long's instincts screamed at him. Before he could react, the black mass of corruption surged into the scourge's body, and in an instant, it revived. More than that, its aura flared, stronger than ever. Wei Long's attack, meant to finish it off, barely even scratched it. The scourge's eyes snapped open, brimming with dark energy. Wei Long's breath hitched. He failed. And then, before he could react, the entire battlefield shifted. The corpses of the fallen beasts, they twitched. They rose, one by one. They stood back up. Again, Wei Long remained frozen. His claws trembled. His golden eyes, filled with endless confidence just moments ago, were now shadowed with something else. Realization, frustration, and, perhaps, for the first time here, a flicker of disbelief. Wei Long's golden eyes flickered with an intense gleam as he stared at the battlefield that refused to end. The scourge stood in the distance, its grotesque form pulsating with dark energy, its presence as unyielding as the endless tide of beasts it revived. No matter how many times he killed them, they always came back, and every time they fell, the scourge would absorb their essence and rise again, stronger than before. It was a cycle without weakness, a system of endless regeneration. But why longer broken bar? He grinned. There was one way to break the cycle. A bold idea formed in his mind, one so insane that it might actually work. His stomach, his bio-engineered body, was not like normal beasts. His metabolism was designed to process energy, to devour and destroy without leaving a trace. No matter how corrupted, how resilient, or how regenerative something was, if he ate it, if he consumed it, it would be reduced to pure fuel. His stomach was the ultimate grave. He cracked his neck and let out a low chuckle. Fine then, he muttered. If you won't stay dead, I'll make sure there's nothing left of you to revive. With that, he lunged. His jaws stretched wide, his teeth gleaming with sharp, terrifying hunger. The first beast, to a massive demonic tiger, barely had time to react before Wei Long swallowed it whole. It didn't even get a chance to resist. A grotesque squelching sound echoed across the battlefield as the beast disappeared down his throat, its struggles vanishing into nothingness. The moment it reached his stomach, his body flared with golden energy, digesting it instantly, breaking it down into raw power. Wei Long shuddered. It felt good. His hunger awakened, deeper and more primal than ever before. And he wanted more. The other beasts hesitated, their demonic eyes flickering with uncertainty. They had been attacked before, slain before, but never had they been eaten. Wei Long grinned, his fangs dripping with saliva. Next, with terrifying speed, He lunged at the horde. He tore through Thema not with claws, not with strength, but with consumption. His jaws snapped shut on a three-headed wolf, swallowing it in one brutal gulp. A towering bull demon tried to escape, but Wei Long clamped down on its body and dragged it into his mouth, consuming it in seconds. A serpent coiled around him, trying to constrict him. Wei Long simply unhinged his jaw and devoured the creature whole, his body surging with energy as its corrupted essence was obliterated inside him. A monstrous spider skittered backward, realizing the horror before it. Too late. Wei Long lunged and ate it, his stomach expanding and then contracting as its body was absorbed in an instant. Faster. More. He was a whirlwind of consumption, a force of destruction more terrifying than the beasts themselves. He swallowed them, erased them, denied them any chance of revival. The battlefield trembled. The scourge watched in growing horror as its army, its infinite cycle of resurrection, was being erased. Wei Long wasn't just killing them, he was removing them from existence. One by one, the beasts vanished. The ground that had been filled with endless waves of monstrous creatures was now empty. Nothing remained. The battlefield was silent. Wei Long stood alone, his chest rising and falling, his golden eyes gleaming with satisfaction. He wiped his mouth and smirked. Delicious. Then, he turned to the scourge. The towering monster, so confident before, so certain of its immortality, was trembling. For the first time since its creation, since its existence as an eternal trial of corruption, it felt fear. The scourge's hollow, soulless eyes locked onto Wei Long, and its body shuddered. It tried to sense its army. It tried to call them back. But there was nothing. Not a trace. Not a single beast remained. Wei Long's stomach had erased them all. The scourge staggered. Wei Long grinned. "What's wrong?" he taunted. "Lost something?" The scourge let out a distorted, panicked screech. Wei Long cracked his knuckles. "Now then," he said, taking a step forward. "Your turn." High above in the celestial expanse of the higher realm, where divine beasts roamed and immortal entities dictated the fate of countless lower worlds, the blue-eyed white heaven dragon clan basked in the glory of their own supremacy. Their floating citadels, carved from divine jade and woven with threads of spatial laws, gleamed under the cosmic radiance of 1,000 celestial stars. In one of the grandest halls, where the air itself hummed with the pressure of countless eons of cultivation, two ethereal figures or manifestations of the ones who had sent the scourge below watched the events unfolding in the lower world. They laughed. Their laughter echoed like divine hymns across the Jade Palace, their voices filled with boundless arrogance. So it seems the impure one has stumbled into the battlefield of the pure ones. How utterly amusing. We only intended to awaken the scourge to temper the chosen ones, yet this nameless insect has found himself caught in the grand design. An irrelevant accident, the other one scoffed, their voice like rolling thunder. It does not matter. He is beneath our notice. Even if he struggles, even if he survives, he is merely delaying the inevitable. They turned their celestial gazes toward the battlefield, expecting to see the scourge's army expanding, its corruption surging through the lower realm, growing stronger with each rebirth. The moment the scourge army reaches its peak, the pure ones shall be tested in fire and blood, one of them declared, their draconic aura shaking the palace. The true might of the Heaven Dragon clan shall be revealed. The chosen warriors, our descendants, will crush the tides of corruption and prove why we are the apex of all creation. Their pride swelled. The pure ones are unparalleled. Each one of them was born beneath the radiance of the Heaven Dragon's divine light. Their blood is untainted by filth. Their spirits are the closest to heaven itself. One of them rose from their golden throne, their long, sapphire-scale tail coiling beneath them as their divine wings unfurled. They are perfection incarnate. The will of heaven flows through their veins. Every step they take is one step closer to ascending beyond mortal shackles. Another dragon deity continued, their celestial mane flowing like liquid starlight. The scourge is but a mere trial for them, a challenge placed by our ancestors to refine the chosen ones into true dragon warlords of the divine path. Indeed. The other agreed. And the impure one? He is nothing but a grain of sand beneath their feet. What worth does he have? Their voices resounded through the endless corridors of the celestial palace, their arrogance boundless, their faith in the Pure One's absolute. They continued and continued. They praised and praised. Their voices rose in intensity as they described the grandeur of their chosen warriors. The Pure Ones were not simply talented beasts. They were the embodiments of perfection. Their bloodlines were the culmination of millennia of divine blessings. Their bodies were forged by celestial laws, each muscle brimming with heavenly energy. Their souls were so pure that they could command the essence of the universe itself. The Scourge army shall rise, and when it does, the Pure Ones shall descend like divine judgment. Their fangs will shatter the heavens. Their claws will crush the abyss. No impurity shall remain in the world when they are done. At that moment, they smirked, convinced of their absolute victory. Yet, something changed. A subtle shift, a ripple in the divine currents, a trembling in the heavenly laws, a terrifying silence. The great hall, once filled with their exultant praises, grew deathly still. The two mist-like celestial figures suddenly stopped. Their divine gazes, which had been watching the battlefield with amusement, froze. Their golden pupils, which reflected the boundless cosmos, contracted. Something was wrong. They blinked. They blinked again, and again. They looked at each other. A dreadful realization settled over them. Something had changed. Something had disappeared. Their connection to the Scourge, it was a broken bar gone. The air around them trembled. Their celestial bodies quivered. Their once arrogant expressions cracked. For the first time since the beginning of their existence, a sliver of doubt entered their hearts. One of them slowly turned back toward the battlefield, their voice barely above a whisper. What happened to the Scourge? A broken bar. On the other hand, Wei Long stood over the fallen Scourge, his tail swishing lazily behind him as he cracked his knuckles, feeling the satisfying pop of his joints. His body was covered in dirt, his claws were caked in the darkened blood of countless beasts, and his breath came out in visible puffs of heat. Yet, his golden eyes were alight with excitement. The Scourge lay twitching on the ground, its once massive form reduced to a heap of bruised and battered flesh. Its once unholy aura had dimmed, the dark essence that once rolled off it like a storm having been smashed out of its body. But despite its grievous wounds, despite the agony it must have felt from being mercilessly pummeled over and over again, the creature remained alive. Wei Long tilted his head. A broken bar. You're still breathing? The Scourge coughed, a wet, gurgling sound. Wei Long grinned. You're tougher than I thought. But I guess that makes sense, huh? You're some legendary trial from those stupid heaven dragons, right? He raised a clawed foot and stomped down hard on the creature's chest, causing it to jerk violently. That means you must know something about the Pure Ones they keep yapping about. The Scourge's dim, flickering eyes stared at him. Wei Long leaned in, pressing his weight against the thing's chest. Tell me, he said, his grin stretching wider, showing rows of serrated teeth. Where do I find them? The Scourge gurgled again. A broken bar. Wei Long narrowed his eyes. You what? I don't a broken bar. No. A heavy silence followed. Wei Long's eye twitched. A broken bar what? I don't know where they are. Wei Long blinked. You're telling me that all this time you have no idea? The Scourge twitched, its expression unreadable. They will appear a broken bar once I make them a broken bar. Wei Long's grin froze. Then, very slowly, he lifted his foot. Then, bam! He stomped down again, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. The Scourge's body caved in slightly from the impact, a sickening crack echoing in the air. Eek! Wei Long sneered. You're telling me that you're just making it up as you go? The Scourge wheezed, trying to form words. Wei Long didn't give it the chance. Bam! He stomped again. Bam! And again. Bam! 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 Each thunderous stomp sent shockwaves across the landscape, cratering the ground beneath them. The once terrifying, once invincible Scourge was nothing more than rug under his foot, completely at his mercy. You useless sack of bones. Wei Long growled. I thought you were some all-powerful nightmare, some unbeatable calamity. And you don't even know where your own targets are? He stomped again, and again, and again. The Scourge stopped moving. Wei Long exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Finally a broken bar, he cracked his neck and lifted his foot. The battlefield was in complete ruins. The trees had been uprooted. The ground was scarred beyond recognition. The sky had long been shrouded in dust and blood. Wei Long stared down at the motionless scourge, wondering if this thing would really stay dead this time. But then a thought entered his mind. He stroked his chin, his tail flicking behind him. A broken bar. Wait a minute. His gaze flickered down at the scourge's massive, but regenerating form. This thing, a broken bar. This thing was basically unkillable. It had unlimited summoned beasts. It just kept coming back no matter what. Wei Long's lips curled upward. A broken bar? Ain't this just a walking food truck? His stomach rumbled at the thought. His golden eyes glowed ominously. Oh, yeah. He grinned, fangs glinting under the dim sky. You're too valuable to kill. Wei Long crouched down. The scourge, despite being nearly obliterated, instinctively tried to crawl away. Wei Long grabbed it by the face. Where do you think you're going? The scourge shuddered. You and me, we're gonna be best friends. The scourge let out a choked whimper. And then, bam. Wei Long punched it again, sending it flying. The scourge hit the ground with a sickening thud, its body skidding across the dirt, leaving behind a trail of blood and broken flesh. Wei Long laughed. This was perfect. From now on, whenever he got hungrier, he had an unlimited food source. He cracked his knuckles and began beating the scourge again. Bam, bam, bam. The sound of fists slamming into flesh echoed relentlessly. The scourge's whimpers grew weaker and weaker. At some point, it stopped struggling. Wei Long eventually slowed his punches, his breathing still steady, his smile still present. He looked down at the broken creature beneath him. And then, he sighed. You're not gonna run, are you? The scourge let out a weak, pain noise. Wei Long rolled his eyes. Good. Because if I see you pulling that resurrection trick again, I'm just gonna swallow you whole. The scourge trembled. Wei Long smirked. Now go. Get out of my sight. But remember, his golden eyes flashed. If I see you again, I won't be so nice next time. The scourge, battered and broken, dragged itself away as fast as it could, its body barely clinging to life. Wei Long watched it disappear into the distance. He stretched his dinosaur arms and yawned. Well, that was fun. He patted his still growling stomach. Guess I'll have to snack on something else for now. He turned around, his grin widening as he felt the lingering traces of demonic Tao essence still present in the air. Looks like his next meal wasn't too far away. Inside the vast, swirling spiritual sea of Zufang, Wei Long sat with his arms crossed, his golden eyes lazily watching the outside world through a hazy projection in the air. Beside him, lounging in the same ethereal space, was Red Ribbon, the strange yet familiar presence that had long made its home inside this place. Wei Long lazily chewed on a piece of food that had been given to Thema, some spiritual meal gifted by Zufang. His sharp teeth easily shredded through the meat, but the moment it touched his tongue, his expression twisted into one of pure disappointment. He chewed a few more times, then paused, then sighed. Then, finally, he spat the food out, making an exaggerated face of disgust. Bleg. What the hell is this? Wei Long grumbled, flicking the remains of the food away. His tail thumped against the ethereal ground, his entire being radiating dissatisfaction. This stuff is nothing compared to the demonic essence-filled beasts back at that demonic cultivator's hidden place. He smacked his lips, clearly offended. There's no richness in the taste, no corruptive flavor, no deep, soul-burning essence. What is this? Just some plain spiritual food? This is so boring. Red Ribbon, who had been chewing calmly, rolled his eyes. You're the only one who wants demonic essence in their food, he said flatly. Most people would rather not eat something that rots their insides. Wei Long huffed. They just don't understand true flavor. He leaned back, stretching his limbs lazily. Eating those beasts back there was like devouring raw power. Every bite felt like an explosion of energy and destruction. It's the taste of chaos, of domination, of absolute, overwhelming force. Red Ribbon rolled his eyes again, looking deeply unimpressed. You really are a weirdo, he muttered, taking another bite of his meal. Wei Long turned to him. offended. "And you're fine with this bland nonsense?" Red Ribbon shrugged. "It's food. Zufang gave it to us. Just eat." Wei Long snorted. "If you think this is acceptable, then I'm worried for you." He scratched his chin, then grumbled, "Wait a minute, a broken bar. Where did this even come from?" Red Ribbon waved his hand lazily. "It's from the sect," he explained. "These meals are given to temporary tamers like Zufang. It's standard." Wei Long's ears twitched. His golden eyes narrowed. "Standard?" He leaned forward, suddenly interested. "So that means a broken bar. There's better stuff?" Red Ribbon sighed, already knowing where this was going. "If Zufang makes a good impression during the welcoming ceremony, then the sect will reward him with better resources." Wei Long grinned. "Good," he said, cracking his knuckles. "Then he better do it." Red Ribbon gave him a look. "You're saying that like you're giving him a choice." Wei Long's grin stretched wider. "I'm not," he said simply. "If he messes up, I'll beat him myself." Red Ribbon stared at him, then sighed. "He knows that." Wei Long chuckled, then leaned back again, looking at the projection of the outside world. He watched as Zufang walked through the sect grounds, the surroundings filled with fellow disciples, all of them preparing for the upcoming event. His golden eyes glinted, and after a moment, he lazily asked Heda, "So, what happened while I was gone?" Red Ribbon hummed. "Not much," he said. "The disciples were given proper resources to recover, and they all got time to rest." Wei Long waited. Red Ribbon continued. "They received basic guidance on how to properly stabilize their spiritual foundations after their previous battles. The elders assigned mentors to assist them in cultivating, and they spent most of the time adjusting their energy flow to avoid long-term damage. There was a period of internal sparring, meant to further familiarize themselves with the sect's techniques. Those with promising potential were given additional elixirs to increase their growth speed, while others were encouraged to train in basic formations to enhance group combat effectiveness. Several lectures were held regarding the sect's history, as well as the importance of balance between individual strength and team coordination. There was also a minor discussion on the importance of our broken bar blah 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 broken bar. Wei Long's face slowly fell. His eyes glazed over, his tail twitched impatiently. The more Red Ribbon spoke, the more bored he became. Finally Wei Long groaned loudly. All right, I get it." He threw his arms in the air, dramatically leaning back. "You're telling me that while I was out the fighting for my damn life, you guys were just here chilling?" Red Ribbon blinked. Then, without hesitation, he rolled his eyes again. "It's your own fault for running off." Wei Long clicked his tongue. "Still, I went through some crazy stuff." He lifted his hands and gestured wildly. "I was literally being chased, fighting some unholy nightmare of a beast, and here you guys are, just relaxing?" Red Ribbon didn't even bother responding. Instead, he simply stared at Wei Long's ridiculously happy-looking face. He blinked. Then, flatly, he said, "You look damn happy." Wei Long paused. Red Ribbon pointed at him. "You keep grinning like an idiot." "What life and death situation?" "I wasn't there, so you could be lying." Wei Long pouted. "Hey, it really was dangerous." Red Ribbon scoffed. "Sure." Wei Long crossed his arms, muttering under his breath. For a moment, the two sat in silence, watching the outside world once more. Wei Long's ears twitched. His golden eyes narrowed. He leaned forward slightly. "Oh?" he smirked. "Look at that." Red Ribbon turned to him. "What?" Wei Long grinned. "It seems Zufang is in trouble." A broken bar. Outside, in the open courtyard of the Autumn Dragon sect, Zufang sat on a stone bench, arms crossed, his back resting against the cool surface. Bashok, his proud beast companion, stood beside him, stretching its large, razor-sharp wings under the warm afternoon sun. The hawk-like creature, adorned with dark blue and silver feathers, exuded an aura of quiet strength, its piercing gaze scanning the surroundings. Zufang was at ease. For once, he wasn't training, wasn't dealing with sect politics, wasn't fending off trouble. He was just chilling. But that peace was about to be shattered. Inside the depths of Zufang's spiritual sea, hidden from the outside world, Wei Long watched through Zufang's senses. His golden, slitted eyes flickered with recognition as he spotted a figure approaching from the distance. A memory stirred. A face. A name. Lindsay. Wei Long's sharp mind immediately recalled why this person stood out. Back when he became the master of Zufang, he had absorbed memories so important ones Zufang himself had buried deep inside. Lindsay, a beast tamer obsessed with perfection. A man disgusted by Zufang's talent, for despite his great ambition, his aptitude was mediocre at best. A former rival, once admired, once envied. Now, just another obstacle. Outside, Zufang turned his gaze toward the approaching figure. Lindsay strolled forward with a ridiculous, smug smile stretched across his face. His deep green robe bore the emblem of a minor beast-taming family, one that had produced several notable tamers throughout history, but none of them had ever reached the true pinnacle of the art. His eyes gleamed with thinly veiled arrogance as he came to a stop, standing just a few paces away from Zufang. "Vina," he sneered. Well, Lindsay drawled, his voice dripping with mockery. "Look who was here." The abandoned son of the village chief of Zufang. Wei Long, watching from the spiritual sea, immediately snorted. "This guy talks like a third-rate villain," he muttered, already bored. Red Ribbon, lounging beside him, rolled his eyes. "You're one to talk," he said. Back outside, Zufang simply raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. But Lindsay wasn't done. He took another step forward, his smile widening. "It's been a long time," he continued, his voice laced with false politeness. "Tell me, how does it feel, being the one your father never wanted, the one your village never needed?" Wei Long stiffened. His golden eyes flashed with annoyance. "Tch, he's trying to get under Zufang's skin." Red Ribbon sighed, already predicting Wei Long's reaction. "Don't jump out there," he warned. "I won't," Wei Long replied. Yet Lindsay folded his arms, his expression smug. "I still remember," he mused, tilting his head. "Back in the village, the mighty village chief your father looked down on you. No matter how hard you tried, you were always just a disappointment." He chuckled, shaking his head. "He gave you so many chances, didn't he? To prove yourself, to tame something great." Lindsay's eyes glinted with mock sympathy. "But all you have managed to get were broken bar normal, weak creatures." He let out a dramatic sigh, shaking his head. "Truly pitiful." Zufang remained silent. His expression was calm. Lindsay's gaze flickered toward Bashok, who stood proudly beside Zufang. The beast's piercing gaze met Lindsay's, unblinking and unwavering. Lindsay smirked. "But I suppose even trash can get lucky sometimes." His tone dripped with condescension. "This beast of a broken bar Bashok, was it?" He tilted his head, his smirk widening. Not bad at all. Butte a broken bar." His voice lowered, just enough to sound patronizing. "It's wasted on you." Wei Long's golden eyes narrowed. "This guy a broken bar," he muttered, his claws twitching slightly. Red Ribbon sighed again. "He's just trying to provoke him." Wei Long clicked his tongue. And yet, Zufang still hasn't responded. Back in reality, Zufang simply stared at Lindsay. Once, a long time ago, these words would have stung. He would have flinched at every reminder of his past failures. He would have gritted his teeth in frustration. But now, he felt nothing. Not anger, not jealousy, not even the slightest irritation. Lindsay's words were nothing more than empty noise, because Zufang knew the truth. He was no longer the same boy from the village. He was no longer just a beast tamer with average aptitude. He had Bashok, and more importantly he had Red Ribbon, a quasi-unique class beast. A creature that even the strongest sects would fight to control. And beyond that, he had Wei Long, a beast so monstrous, so unfathomably powerful, that even Red Ribbon himself was overshadowed. Zufang's lips curled into a small smile. Lindsay's eyes flickered with irritation. "What's so funny?" he snapped. Zufang leaned back, completely relaxed. "Nothing," he said simply. Lindsay's brows furrowed. "You think you've already won?" he scoffed. "Just because you tamed one good beast, doesn't mean you're suddenly better than me. Do you really believe you can surpass me? After all this time?" Zufang's smile didn't fade. He stood up, his eyes met Lindsay's. Calm, steady, unshaken. Then, with quiet confidence, he said. Let's see later. Lindsay narrowed his eyes. Zhu Fang's gaze sharpened. Let's see who comes out on top. Lindsay felt annoyed. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that you will be placed higher than me? Zhu Fang looked at him. If that's what you think, and this is what it is, I cannot understand it for you, so you can interpret it however you like. Lindsay became even more furious. Is that so? Huh? It seems you are hiding something. A tamer who can only tame normal temporal beasts acting haughty. Let me see what you've got later. Zhu Fang just sneered. A broken bar. Inside Zhu Fang's spiritual sea, Wei Long lazily stretched his claws, glancing at Red Ribbon, who was still fixated on the unfolding interaction outside. Lindsay's arrogant sneers had been dismissed effortlessly by Zhu Fang, yet the situation was far from over. Wei Long, however, was more interested in the general sect matters. After all, he had been gone for quite some time. With a casual flick of his tail, Wei Long turned toward Red Ribbon. So, he drawled, what exactly happened while I was gone? Red Ribbon sighed, rubbing his temples like a scholar forced to explain basic arithmetic to a clueless student. You really are out of the loop, aren't you? Wei Long snorted. I was busy and you never explained this to me. Red Ribbon crossed his feathered arm wings or whatever chick stuff this was. Fine, listen up. The sect made an announcement that sent shockwaves through the disciples. Apparently, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see the chance to become a core disciple under Elder Fu. Wei Long's ears perked up at that name. Elder Fu? Red Ribbon nodded solemnly. Yeah, that Elder Fu. The one who never takes disciples. Wei Long chuckled. And now he's suddenly changed his mind? Suspicious. Red Ribbon rolled his eyes. Let me finish. Elder Fu is one of the most respected figures in the Autumn Dragon sect. Some even say he's only second to the sect patriarch in terms of status and influence. Wei Long let out a low whistle. That big of a deal, huh? Red Ribbon nodded. He's known for his terrifying strength, his unshakable authority, and, most notably, his extreme pickiness when it comes to taking in disciples. In fact, it's not just that he never takes them, he outright rejects almost everyone. Wei Long smirked. So why the change of heart? Red Ribbon exhaled. Because all his disciples are gone. Wei Long narrowed his eyes. Gone? Red Ribbon nodded gravely. Every single one of them vanished from the sect. Wei Long leaned back, crossing his arms as a slow, knowing grin spread across his face. I see. Red Ribbon tilted his head. What? Wei Long chuckled darkly. The old bastard probably wanted to see me again. Red Ribbon blinked, confusion evident on his face. What do you mean? Wei Long's grin widened, his sharp teeth glinting in the ethereal light of the spiritual sea. You see, those missing disciples of Elder Fu, I killed them all. Silence. Red Ribbon's expression froze. What? Wei Long leaned forward, eyes glinting with pride. Back in the demonic cultivator's hidden place, those disciples came looking for trouble. They thought they could hunt me down, thought they were the hunters. He chuckled. Turns out, they were the prey. Red Ribbon's mouth fell open. Were you saying you actually took out all of Elder Fu's disciples? Wei Long nodded smugly. Every single one. Red Ribbon's mind raced. Elder Fu's disciples weren't just ordinary cultivators, they were elites. Talented, powerful, and equipped with top-tier cultivation techniques. And Wei Long a broken bar. He had killed them all? How? Red Ribbon croaked out. How did you do it? Their cultivation was leagues above yours at the time. Wei Long smirked. Ah, that's the interesting part. He tapped his own head. Technically, it wasn't me. Red Ribbon stiffened. What do you mean? Wei Long's eyes darkened, a flicker of something primal and unnerving lurking beneath his casual demeanor. I wasn't in control. Red Ribbon's breath hitched. Wei Long's grin didn't falter. The dangerous instinct took over. Silence stretched between them. Red Ribbon swallowed, staring at Wei Long with a mixture of horror and fascination. Wei Long shrugged. One moment, I was fighting strategizing holding my own. The next, everything went black. His claws flexed slightly, golden eyes glowing with a faint, eerie light. And when I came back to myself or broken bar, they were all gone. Red Ribbon felt a shiver crawl down his spine. This wasn't just strength. This was something else. Something far more terrifying. He nodded slowly. Yeah, broken bar. See. Wei Long smirked. So, Practically speaking, a broken bar. It wasn't me who killed them. He leaned back with an amused chuckle. It was instinct. Red Ribbon didn't reply. He simply stared. The entire sect grounds fell silent as a voice, deep and authoritative, echoed across the area. Every new disciple turned their attention toward the source, their excitement and nervousness growing. The competition regarding Elder Fu has been confirmed. The voice boomed, shaking the air with sheer presence. This will not be a mere sparring match. This is a true battle. A fight where life and death will test your resolve. You will be allowed to use everything at your disposal, every ounce of strength, every strategy, every skill, and, most importantly, both of your tamed beasts. Murmurs spread among the disciples. 2 beasts. Most newcomers only had 1. Those with 2 beasts were at an immediate advantage, and those without would be at a clear disadvantage. It was a test of taming talent, strategy, and raw combat capability. The voice continued, unwavering. Know this: whether you win or lose, you will receive rewards. The stronger your performance, the greater your gains. Those who show promise will be nurtured. Those who falter will still walk away with experience. However, the unworthy, a broken bar, the untalented, a broken bar, the weak who refuse to struggle will walk away with nothing but shame. The weight of the words settled over the disciples. The pressure was immense, but at the same time, the prospect of rewards fueled their determination. This wasn't just about fighting. It was about proving themselves, about standing out, about securing their place in the sect's future. Then, footsteps echoed. The murmuring disciples immediately fell silent as a figure ascended onto the stage. Elder Fu had arrived. The previous speaker quickly bowed and stepped aside, greeting him with the utmost respect. And now, I present to you, one of the greatest figures of the Autumn Dragon sect, the one who has never before accepted disciples until now, Elder Fu. A wave of reverence swept through the disciples. Elder Fu wasn't just any elder, he was a legend. His status was only second to the sect patriarch himself. For years, he had trained the most elite, the most talented. And now, after all his disciples had left, he had chosen to accept new ones. Elder Fu looked out at the gathered disciples, his expression calm, his demeanor exuding wisdom. He appeared to be a kind, patient old man, the type to offer gentle guidance to his students. But those who had heard the stories knew better. He was a strict, ruthless teacher, shaping only the strongest. He smiled, his voice carrying warmth and nostalgia. It has been too long since I have trained new disciples. He sighed, as if recalling fond memories. To teach a broken bar, to guide a broken bar, to mold the next generation a broken bar, it is a duty I have long neglected. But the world is growing more dangerous. Sects are falling, one by one. If we do not grow, if we do not evolve, the Autumn Dragon sect will be left behind. That is something I cannot allow. His voice grew sharper, filled with the weight of his conviction. That is why I have chosen this competition. Not merely to test you, but to prepare you, to push you beyond your limits, to forge you into cultivators worthy of standing at the top. His gaze swept over the crowd, his eyes sharp like a predator searching for the strongest prey. I have no use for mediocrity. I seek those who will rise, those who will fight, those who will carry the future of this sect on their backs. Show me what you are capable of. A moment of silence followed, the tension almost suffocating. Then, Elder Fu raised his hand and declared, "We will rise." Inside Zhu Fang's spiritual sea of consciousness, Wei Long's massive T-Rex form was lounging lazily, his gigantic tail swaying as he let out a rumbling chuckle. His golden, slit-pupil eyes gleamed with amusement as he stared at the image of Elder Fu standing outside in the real world, addressing the new disciples with his grand speech. "TCH, look at that old bastard," Wei Long sneered, baring his fangs as he leaned forward, his claws tapping against the invisible surface of the spiritual sea. Acting all high and mighty like he's some divine figure bestowing his blessings. As if he's anything more than a coward who ran away with his tail between his legs. Red Ribbon, standing beside Wei Long, rolled his eyes. "You sure do hold a grudge." Wei Long snorted. "Why wouldn't I?" This geezer was one of the first to run when things got tough. His disciples were strong, sure, but what did that matter? I ate them. One by one. Chomp, chomp, Chomper gone. And this guy? Ha! I can still remember the look on his face when he realized he was the only one left. He stomped his foot, causing ripples to spread through the spiritual sea. And now he's back, trying to act like some wise old mentor, trying to recruit new disciples. Pathetic. This isn't some noble act of guidance here, it's desperation. He's just looking for new meat shields because all of his previous ones got turned into my snacks. Wei Long leaned closer, his enormous snout nearly touching Red Ribbon. I should just pop out and scare the life out of him. See if he remembers me. Red Ribbon sighed. That would be entertaining. But you can't. You're stuck in here. Wei Long huffed in annoyance before suddenly smirking. Fine. If I can't scare him myself, I'll just use our dear little Zufang instead. He turned his head toward the spiritual window that allowed him to see what was happening outside. Zufang was standing quietly among the other disciples, listening to Elder Fu's speech. Wei Long's voice turned low and mischievous. Zufang, time to start the show. Use your penguin look-alike Borshock. Zufang, who had been deep in thought, suddenly stiffened. His eyes widened slightly, and he muttered internally, "Are you sure?" Wei Long grinned. "Of course I'm sure. And while you're at it, challenge that Lindsay guy." Zufang swallowed hard. Lindsay was stronger, one of the more talented beast tamers in their generation. To openly challenge him in front of every near broken bar. Wei Long's voice turned teasing. "What, scared? I thought you wanted to prove yourself. Or do you want to keep standing in the background while everyone else gets stronger?" Zufang clenched his fists. "Damn it, our broken bar." Fine. And then, before he could even fully process what he was doing, his hand shot up. The entire courtyard fell into stunned silence. Elder Fu, in the middle of speaking, paused mid-sentence. His sharp eyes immediately locked onto Zufang, as did the gazes of every disciple present. Murmurs broke out. "Who is that? Wait, a broken bar? Isn't that Zufang? The guy from the outer villages? Why did he raise his hand? Is he volunteering for the first fight?" Lindsay, standing on the other side of the crowd, arched an eyebrow and smirked. Well, what's this? The abandoned son of the village chief wants attention?" Zufang could feel the weight of every gaze pressing down on him. His heartbeat pounded in his ears. He hadn't even said anything yet, and already, everyone was whispering about him. Wei Long's laughter echoed in his mind. Good. Keep going. Don't hesitate now." With his body moving almost on its own, Zufang took a deep breath and stepped forward. One step, another step. The whispers grew louder. Where is he going? Is he actually stepping forward? Does he think he can fight someone already? His legs felt heavy, as if he were walking through thick mud. Every step stretched endlessly, and time seemed to slow down. His vision narrowed, focusing solely on the stage. In the center of the courtyard, the place where the battles would take place. With each step, the pressure mounted. But so did his resolve. Lindsay crossed his arms, amused. "I see. He actually has some guts. Let's see what kind of show he puts on." Elder Fu's eyes never left Zufang. There was no visible expression on his face, but there was an undeniable intensity in his gaze, as if he were analyzing every movement, every breath Zufang took. Finally, Zufang reached the center, a deep breath in, a slow exhale. His fingers curled into fists, his heartbeat steadying. Wei Long, watching from inside the spiritual sea, grinned. "All right, kid. Say it loud and proud." Zufang opened his eyes, sharp and unwavering. His voice rang out across the silent courtyard. "I am Zufang, and I am here to beat you all up." The courtyard was deathly silent. Every disciple stood frozen, their expressions a mix of shock, confusion, and disbelief. Zufang's bold declaration, "I am Zufang, and I am here to beat you all up," still echoed in their minds. And then, before the stunned silence could break, Zufang took another step forward. His back was straight, his gaze unwavering, and then, "Come, Bashok." A gust of wind swept across the courtyard as a figure stepped forward. It was an unusual beast, one that looked like a cross between an emperor penguin and a fierce eagle. Bashok's dark blue feathers gleamed under the sunlight, and its sharp golden eyes scanned the crowd with an innate sense of authority. The moment it appeared, whispers broke out among the disciples. "What is that beast? Is that a broken bar, a Bashok? I've seen one before." "Butte, a broken bar." "That's just a regular Bashok, isn't it? What's so special about it? Ignoring the murmurs, Zhu Fang raised a hand and placed it firmly on Bashok's back. He inhaled deeply and spoke with unwavering conviction. This is my partner, my first companion, Bashok. And one day, he will become the strongest Bashok in existence. The courtyard fell silent again. Then, the murmurs resumed. The strongest Bashok? Ha! A joke, right? Does he think he can turn an ordinary beast into something exceptional? Zhu Fang, however, did not falter. He continued, his voice rising with passion. From the moment he was born, Bashok has wanted nothing more than to fly higher, strike harder, and rise above all other Bashoks. He is not a simple beast. He is not just some common creature. He is a warrior, a fighter, and a dreamer. Every battle we've fought, every struggle we've endured, has only strengthened our resolve. Others may see him as a mere temporal beast, but I see the unyielding spirit of a king. His words rang through the courtyard, carrying a force that even the skeptical disciples couldn't completely ignore. You say he's ordinary? You say he's weak? I say he's a legend in the making. A ruler of the skies, a beast that will surpass his kind and become something greater. I don't need an exotic, mystical, or divine creature to prove my strength. Bashok and I will prove that even the so-called ordinary can rise to the peak. His voice roared across the courtyard like a battle cry. The murmurs grew. Some disciples scoffed. Others simply shook their heads. He's delusional. Does he really think he can make an ordinary Bashok into something special? What a waste of time. Yet, even among the skepticism, there were a few who found themselves momentarily caught in his conviction. Meanwhile, atop the stage, several elders had appeared beside Elder Fu. These were senior figures of the sect, individuals who had spent decades observing and guiding young disciples. They had come not out of expectation, but out of sheer curiosity. One of them, a tall man with a long silver beard, chuckled. Well now, Fu, I never thought I'd see the day you took an interest in training new disciples. Another elder, a woman with piercing green eyes, smirked. HMPH. And here I thought Elder Fu had given up on raising talents after his previous disciple as a broken bar met an unfortunate fate. The group of elders exchanged knowing glances. For Elder Fu to suddenly decide to take disciples, one must wonder what changed. Indeed. And yet a broken bar. Look at this. A competition, a grand speech, and now this ridiculous display from some lower-ranked tamer. Their gazes turned towards Zhu Fang, their expressions unimpressed. There are definitely talented ones among these new disciples, the green-eyed elder mused. But that boy in the center? Not particularly remarkable. He doesn't stand out in aptitude, nor does he have any exceptional beasts. He is simply a broken bar courting death. The others nodded in agreement. Elder Fu, however, remained silent. His eyes were locked onto Zhu Fang, and though his expression remained unreadable, there was a flicker of something that no one else caught. Then, a sneering voice cut through the murmurs. Ha! I know Zhu Fang. The crowd parted slightly as Lindsay stepped forward. His arms were crossed, and his smirk was laced with contempt. He's from my village, and let me tell you he's nothing special. A ripple of interest spread through the disciples. Some turned to Lindsay, curious to hear more. Lindsay chuckled, shaking his head. You want to know the truth about Zhu Fang? He can only tame normal temporal beasts. That's it. No rare creatures, no unique bloodlines. Just ordinary, run-of-the-mill beasts that anyone could find in the wild. The murmurs shifted from intrigue to scorn. Wait, seriously? He doesn't even have a single rare class beast? Ha! What kind of tamer is that? Lindsay took a step closer to the center, his voice loud and mocking. And now, here he is, standing in the middle of the stage, acting like he's some kind of prodigy. Like he's going to beat us all up with his pathetic excuse for a beast. More laughter broke out. Some disciples outright sneered, while others shook their heads in disappointment. Then, someone from the crowd shouted, "Get off the stage, you low-level talent bastard!" Like a dam breaking, the flood of jeers and insults followed. Yeah, you don't belong up there. Go home, Zhu Fang. You're embarrassing yourself. Who do you think you are? Zhu Fang stood there, stunned. He had expected skepticism. He had even expected mockery. But the sheer wave of hostility washing over him was something else entirely. His hands clenched into fists. He glanced at Bashok, who remained unmoving, its sharp eyes fixed on Linzia and the other disciples. And then, deep within his spiritual sea, he heard a familiar voice. Well, they're all so loud, aren't they? Wei Long was grinning. This is good. This is very good. Zhu Fang exhaled. His shock faded. He didn't move. He didn't respond. Instead, he simply smiled. However, that smile was full of helplessness. The jeering voices reached a fever pitch, a thunderous chorus that echoed across the courtyard. It was no longer just a few sneers or murmurs, so it had become an overwhelming tidal wave of hostility. Kill the bastard! Kill the bastard! Kill the bastard! The chant started with just a few voices, but it quickly spread. Within moments, it seemed like every disciple in the crowd had joined in, their voices merging into a single, deafening roar. Kill the bastard! Kill the bastard! Kill the bastard! Some disciples were laughing as they shouted, their faces twisted with amusement. Others were dead serious, their eyes filled with nothing but contempt. The air vibrated with their hatred, with their absolute rejection of Zhu Fang's audacity. How dare nobody stand here? Who does he think he is? Begone! Trash like you doesn't belong here. Kill the bastard! Kill the bastard! Kill the bastard! The sheer volume of the crowd was suffocating, like an avalanche of venomous words crashing down upon Zhu Fang. The disciples stomped their feet in unison, their energy feeding into one another, turning the courtyard into a chaotic battlefield before the battle had even begun. But Zhu Fang? He did not move. His fists remained clenched, his expression unreadable,